Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the opening forum of the 5th Seoul Biennale of Architecture and Urbanism. Thank you. Thank you. I am Kim Ho-min. I am the project director of the Walls of Public Life exhibition, and I'll be serving as your host for the second day of the forum. Thank you for clapping 2 times. Thank you. It's truly an honor for me to stand before you on such a meaningful occasion. This forum is a 2-day forum and is hosted and organized by the Seoul Metropolitan Government with Thomas Heatherwick, who is serving as General Director. So we are here to commemorate and congratulate the opening of the 5th Seoul Biennale. The theme of this gathering is emotional city. It's really an important topic because we are here to explore new directions for the world's cities. So we have a lot of people who have joined us this morning. When we talk about Biennale of Architecture, it's usually the gathering of architects. But today, we have people from various different backgrounds, including around 400 people from business who are business leaders, urban planners, creative practitioners, community organizers, and neuroscientists. But most importantly, the citizens of this city. So we planned this forum with the intention of involving and engaging people with diverse background. So continuing on from yesterday, today we will also engage with research presentations and lectures from experts across different disciplines for community projects and creative performances as well. And I understand that this morning there was a site tour. It rained quite heavily outside, and as I introduced at the very beginning, I was the project director for the Walls of Public Life, so the works of the architect, and also we have a representative from Hyundai Motors here in the audience as well. I don't know how the tour went. It rained quite heavily. I hope it wasn't too inconvenient. Now today we also have a lot of different program prepared for you, so please stay with us until the very end of the forum. Since we have many guests from abroad, we are providing simultaneous interpretation for you. There is a receiver that is placed on your chairs. Channel 1 is Korean and channel 2 is set at English. Also, the forum is being live streamed. The Seoul Metropolitan Government's YouTube channel is broadcasting in Korean, while the Seoul Biennale of Architecture and Urbanism channel is streaming in English. And after the end of this forum, replays will also be available. Maybe this is too much information, but we encourage your continued interest and engagement. Now, it is time to reveal the theme of this morning's session. I want to make it interesting, so I will go to this cube here and I will assemble the puzzle, and I understand an image will appear to reveal today's theme. So let's try. So it looks like a heart. It is heavier than I expected. You know, when we take photos in Korea, we make these gestures with our hand and our fingers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the theme for this session is feeling. Now, what kind of emotions do beloved and enduring buildings evoke in us? Now, this morning, we will have an opportunity to delve into this topic. I'm sure you're all excited. Architecture plus feeling. Now, but before we go into that main session, I'm going to just briefly introduce our VIP guests. But due to time constraint, I won't be able to introduce everybody. We have with us from Singapore, we have Lei-bi Yap, Director of Urban Design Group of Urban Redevelopment Authority of Singapore. From Seoul Architect, Kim Jong-in, who is the Principal Architect of Seoul Architect. From MAD Architects, Ma Yan-sung, Principal Architect. From Hyundai Motor Company, Hyundai Genesis Global Design Principal Sang-yup Lee. CRN Land, Director of Mixed Use Architecture, Nicole Zhang, and University of California, UC Berkeley, Professor Ronald Ryle. From Sosu Architects, we have Principal Architect, Ms. Kim Mi-hee. And from Heatherwick Studios, partner and group leader, we have Neil Hubbard. Yes, he really put in a lot of efforts to make this event possible. Also, Anomalia co-founders, we have Ms. Bhakti Lunawat and Suyash Sawant. Next, from Seo Hwan, who is from 공간있기, and also from Humanize campaign, Abigail Scott Paul. And from Seoul National University, Professor Baek Jin. Also from Heatherwick Studios, we have Director of Strategic Communication, Matt Bell. And from Boda Architect, Song Melody, Principal Architect, who did the creative community project. From Urban Table, Nilesh Kumar and Kim Min-ha, producers. Next, UK's Grand Master of Architect, Thomas Heatherwick, who is the General Director of the 5th Seoul Biennale of Architecture and Urbanism. And we have all the other speakers and guests, thank you very much, and the citizens as well for joining us this morning. Now, without further ado, we would now like to proceed with today's program. And the start would have to be began with our General Director, Thomas Heatherwick. He's going to just briefly share with us as to how to be a good ancestor. So Thomas, please come forward.
The music makes it seem like I'm supposed to be dancing or something, doesn't it? Good morning, everybody. I'm really happy to see so many people here in such terrible rain, and just wanted to correct international perceptions because it rains twice as much in Seoul as in London. ChatGPT said that, but you think it rains all the time in the UK. So it's not true. Yesterday was about our perceptions, walking around and looking at the world that's increasingly being built around us. It was looking through eyes to see what we all thought about it, and it was also looking at the science. So yesterday was all about what's the problem that we're all here to solve and make real change. And I sensed a big consensus around that. And today really is about where do we go? What are the solutions for this? And so it seemed talking about how do we become a good ancestor might be a good way forward. Because what the challenge is not what do you think and what does your friend think and what does the journalist write in an article. What I think we learned was that our challenge is about the demolition. How do you make things that society cares enough about? And that's not even society caring about it now. For a residential project here in Seoul, in 28 years, which is the average age of that residential building, what will be the climate of thought around that project? So I was trying to imagine, we started working out the 1,000-year building, and the slide got so boring and repetitive, going great, 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 great. But to get, what will our great, 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 great grandchildren, people who you, in fact, your great-grandchildren, not mine, people who have never been to a lecture about why a building is good, who've never read a book about why that particular building is good, but are in part of the societal atmosphere that decides whether things get repaired and adjusted or adapted or extended, but critically not demolished. And we know that this amazing, effective, get things done mindset of South Korea has been the engine of the economic growth that's been so phenomenal. But the dark side is if you make things that where you prioritize only spatial efficiency and you prioritize cost at the expense of everything else. As we discussed yesterday, the challenge from an environmental point of view is off the charts. It's literally yesterday you saw the mayor of Seoul showing how big that impact was by pulling out that diagram that someone had made from the book, which was 10 meters longer than this teeny-weeny little book. So the gravity of this is massive, and it's the dirty secret in construction that society doesn't really know. And if society did, I think it would affect our passion together and the power of the societal conversation. And the classic one, and it was so fabulous yesterday to have Richard and Midori as property developers speaking about the money side, because the mindset we have, just like people think that it rains all the time in London, and it doesn't, it's the story always goes is, oh, it's just too expensive. It's just too expensive to make buildings like that. But actually, that's the same mindset that says it's too expensive to make food that isn't fast food, cheap food that's not good for our bodies. But we've had those buildings that are not good for our brains. And it was so interesting sort of trying to put a perspective on what the hell's going on factor when you look at, we could make buildings that had some nutritional value and interestingness in 1723. We could make buildings that had some engagingness in 723. We could make them in the year 23. We could make them in the year 3. We are wealthier now than any time in history. And what? We can't afford to make buildings engaging. And it's interesting, a researcher in the US, Michael Benedict, put it very well. He said, the buildings that people prize today, the ones we sigh and say we can no longer build today because they would cost too much, were not cheaper to build back then. Indeed, they were relatively more expensive to build back then. And they absorbed proportionately more of our then wealth, time, and income. What he's saying is, as a society, we choose where we spend our money. And we have got into some groupthink where we choose to think that we'll spend our money on our car or our phones. We've chosen to spend it on all these other things and not on one of the key things that is having a huge impact, as the scientists and researchers showed us yesterday, on our brains. So it's a choice we make. We didn't have roads in the past. We didn't have cranes. We didn't have lorries. We have technologies now that we didn't have in the past. Labor is more expensive now, certainly. But it's about a choice we make. And it's so expensive to make buildings that we demolish in 28 years. It's unbelievably mad to do that, the amount of carbon. So some examples from my own studio's work were things like this grain silo in South Africa, where we were given the option to demolish it. And the city didn't perceive it as having much value in Cape Town. And this building was made from gigantic concrete tubes, and its plan was just circular, and they needed square galleries. So all the argument was, knock it down, get rid of it. But the amount of carbon in that building built a century ago seemed bonkers to knock it down. And you could say, oh, it's ugly, but it's interesting. Is it really ugly? It's engaging. And so we turned it into Africa's first major contemporary African art museum. And we took one grain of corn and we cut it out of that heart. So it wasn't a construction project, it was a destruction project and revitalization of the top parts of it. But most of our work was restoration. But restoration to not make it look new, but restoration to focus on emotion and actually make it look the age it was, which all that magnolia paint sort of denied. We also worked on a project in the UK in King's Cross where we took a pair of buildings where the trains from the north of England, where it rains less than in Seoul, came on and they would drop coal onto the carts, which the horses would bring around London, dropping the coal, which was the energy source for all the houses. And the problem was, this was all the wrong geometry for making a place that brought people together. And so we focused on trying to cherish this, but adapt it so it would have an energy that brought people together socially. And so this funny, in the center of London, little 2-story project, we added a 3rd story, and allowed those two. We found the original quarry where the stone for the roof had been quarried, and we went back to that quarry 180 years later and made a place and used that as a focuser and a sort of sense of a central point where you would meet your friend or your grandmother, but also put love into details like lift buttons that are like belly buttons and things that would be fun for children and the child in all of us. But how do we make those buildings where someone in future will feel like, I shouldn't knock it down. And there are so many examples where the past doesn't need to hold back working and creating new futures. So this is a project that was built in France, where there was an army barracks reused as a university building, where the past just adds layers of history and enriches the project. In New York, Foster and Partners took an existing building that had been planned to be extended a bit and extended it many stories. And you could say that these totally clash with each other, but actually it's wonderful. And there's the chemistry of old and new layering up and not demolishing the existing old building adds to the story. In the Czech Republic, here was a church reused as a school. And you could say, well, the school, how precious is it? But for some reason, it was perceived as not worth demolishing. That there was enough fascination, I think enough that those 4-month-old babies would have looked at rather than ignored to make it something worth working with. And even existing residential buildings in the US, the Cook-Fox architects taking it and just extending it and building it on instead of demolishing and building a new thing that might be perfect, clean lines, and yet actually, statistically, most likely be relatively boring. Ma Jansson, who's done one of the amazing walls of public life here. This is a project in the Netherlands, taking an existing warehouse and using that as a space to jump off, to reinvigorate, and not be limited by the past. I think we've spent too long just saying, here's an old building, treat it, put just a glass box, everything has to just be a glass box around history, rather than imagining the ambition that built the history and just thinking, well, how do we build off that with ambition too? And Zaha Hadid and Partners reusing a fire station in Belgium and building workspaces above. OMA in Australia extending a museum. How do we just allow these projects to be starting points for future projects? It's really worth reading, if you haven't already read, a book called How Buildings Learn, which inspires you so much as your sense of yourself putting in a layer that others will put in other layers in future, and the okayness to be a layer in the lasagna of history as things get piled up and sort of accumulated over time, and to cherish that. And this is a community hub in China, both working with an industrial structure and adding new. So there's something, Leiby is here from the Singapore Urban Renewal Authority, and we've had some really amazing conversations. And Singapore is really ambitious about how to make a city that is soulful, joyful, and they're confident even about saying love. How do we make people love places they're at? Not just say good design, but say, how do we make somewhere that people are going to love? It's a big provocation. And we had a lunch together also with the head of urban design called Fun Xiaoling. And we were talking about this epidemic of characterless that we've all experienced. And Fun Xiaoling said, Madame Fun said, buildings don't tell stories anymore. And it was just so simple that we sort of have got into a mindset of what good design is and our dogmas and thinking of it. And that sense of giving a story, whatever that story is, felt so powerful. And I've been using it ever since you said that. And I find so many people instantly just go, yes, yeah, straight away. Interpret it as you will. So my last slide really is, what are we going to do? What are the things? Because our challenge is, how do you would say, I can't predict what anyone else will think or feel now, let alone in 2 years, 3 years, 28 years, 55 years, 1,000 years ahead. But I think that the research that people like Rebecca Magin are doing, Upali and Cleo, is they're actually showing us this isn't an arbitrary thing. They're not telling us what to design, but they're telling us the kinds of things that connect, the kinds of directions, and they're giving us, it's like they're supercharging us as designers with the kinds of directions we could go off and explore. And this point about stories. As humans, it seems the more and more I'm reading and trying to understand our humanity, especially with the vast challenge of artificial intelligence, you then come back to what are we that's different than this kind of idea of perceiving ourselves as computers, and that the computers are now as good as us as computers. But those computers actually are different, and they are not storytellers, and we are storytellers. We navigate sort of all the world actually with our emotion and our stories. And so we have to build those stories in, and I know that it's doable. And the kinds of things, this is a dumb list, but it's just a kind of checklist. But first of all, it must start with a mindset of this shifting away from a prevailing attitude that me and my team have seen again and again in the last 3 decades, which is a mindset that the public are ignorant, that they don't understand, and almost validation. If people don't like you and like what you do, you must be even more right in some way. Rather than the mindset, I think my suit from yesterday said it somewhere, about public service. That how do we see ourselves as actually being public servants, and that putting ourselves below society, and how dare we think that people are ignorant, and that if only they'd been to university like we had, then they'd realize how good what we're doing is. No one's going to have come to your lecture, read your book. Everyone is intelligent, though. Almost everyone I've ever met is smart in one way or another way. And those are the people encountering what we make. And that mindset of saying, I know we have a customer who's saying, give me meeting rooms, give me a nice big lobby for my artwork, and give me boardrooms, and give me an auditorium for my lovely cherished workforce, or whatever that is. That's your customer who pays your fee. But we misunderstand our societal responsibility when we forget we have 2 clients. We have the customer client, and we have society. And we need to justify and really imagine how our other client feels, the client who isn't speaking to us. And it doesn't mean you have to speak to everybody, and you can't make everyone happy. But you can be passionate and care also 50%, just as much as you do the other client, of what are you giving? Are you a giver in what you create? And so things like how, as a mindset, can I do something that's more public? How is this generous to a 14-year-old who will never work there, who will never live there, who will just go past? And it appears from those 4-month-old babies, who you can have an argument with if you really want to, that actually the word ornament is in there somewhere. Call it visual complexity, whatever you want. But there's something in there that we have to find a way to embed in our projects. Call it detail instead. Call it manufacturing techniques, but our eyes need it. It's like the nutrition we all need in our lived experience. And Fun Xiaoling, Singapore Urban Renewal, get more stories in there, figure it out. There must be a way. What is your story as a giver when you create buildings? And let's stop this attitude of this seriousness that makes a miserable kind of self-atmosphere. We are responsible for safety. That is a massive factor. we are responsible for using money effectively and never wasting anything. We're responsible environmentally. We're responsible in so many ways. But that doesn't mean that you can't have a twinkle in your eye, a smile in your face. And I think that Richard used the word, make a place that fizzes. Like, make a place that makes some people fizz, some little thing jump in their heart. So, and finally, clue, just use some nature. It's full of visual complexity already. It's full of awe already. You don't have to do all of these, but it's another one of those kind of things that really just look at the places, listen to the places that people like, and they tend to have a bunch of these things. So today, I'm really looking forward to all the inspiring examples that you're going to hear about and futures, and then us all as ambassadors, really, of how we can make the world more joyful and engaging, more sustainable. How do we do that? That's what today's about. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Thomas. That was very inspiring. When we have such well-known figure, when you look at their designs are spectacular, but sometimes they just talk about their own story and it ends there. And so as a spectator, we look at it and we say that, oh, that looks great. But for me, I've been going around and I have a program where I introduce different houses, and I've been introducing about 300 or so houses in Korea through this TV program. And through that experience, I realize that our clients, our customers, are as inspiring and as wise, and as Thomas has shared with us, this message from a different vantage point, it really resonated with me. So to be a good ancestor, at the very beginning, I wasn't sure what this meant, but after listening to Thomas, I think I now know. So please give him a warm round of applause for that wonderful keynote. Now we move on to our next presentation, which is on the topics of the redevelopment, how we adapt or rebuild our cities. In Korea, we also have many redevelopment projects and regeneration projects that are ongoing. Singapore was just mentioned briefly. From URA, I'm going to invite Lei-bi Yap, who is the group director. Afterwards, there will be Kim Jung-im, principal architect of Seoul Architects, who will be presenting on this topic. We'll talk about how we could preserve the existing buildings and also building new architecture. There's always that tension. We feel that we must demolish the existing buildings and build something new, but we may ask the question as to why that is the case. I think we should shed new light on a new approach and new solution going forward. So please, we'd like to welcome our speakers. So we have two presenters for this session, and I'm going to invite each one of them to first, I guess, talk about their stories first. So should we begin with Ms. Kim or Lei-bi? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Sorry for that confusion. So I'm going to ask Lei-bi Yap to make her presentation first, and then we'll invite Ms. Kim for her presentation. And then we'll have about 10 minutes discussion. So Ms. Lei-bi Yap, please go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to stand up. And I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me to the beautiful city of Seoul. And Seoul is also the prize laureate of the Lee Kuan Yew University Prize. I'm very happy to be here in the city. Okay, I'm Leiby, and I grew up in Singapore for the past 50-ish years. I worked on the plans and urban design plans for Singapore in the Urban Redevelopment Authority for the last 25 years. So what strikes us, and me and my friends most of the time, is that Singapore has never stand still, right? It's evolving, it's changing. The streets that we often see, are often not the same, but at the same time, yet not unfamiliar, right? I think for us, renewal, redevelopment is a step forward, not so much to kind of erase the past, but it is a step towards making the city ready for the next generation and next phase of growth. I now need to get my pointer. Okay, so green. Okay, for us, in a way, we have no choice. Singapore is a small city-state known as the Little Red Dot. A marathon, 42 kilometers, you can run from one end to the other. So for us, with a population of 6 million, we are packed within less than 15% of our Singapore land area. So that is a tall order. How do we build and to intensify, to redevelop some of the older estates, to be able to pack in more density, allowing the younger generations to live next to their parents? I think all these are part of the needs of why we developed and rejuvenate part of the many districts. Singapore has grown and evolved, reclaimed 25% of our land area. But having said that, there is still a need to really rejuvenate different parts of the city. Many buildings have undergone changes to make it greener, and some buildings may have to make way, for new density to be packed in. Overall, I think we aim to take a balanced approach on how we can accommodate all this density within our city. As we plan and rejuvenate different districts, I think for us, scale is important. The details are important for us. For example, in Jurong Lake District, as we rejuvenate some of the existing districts, we plan for the new area to be able to integrate and able to kind of, woven that into the existing fabric. Even things like the MRT, the train transport network, pedestrian connectivity, bringing in that sense of water and greenery into the existing estate and use that as an asset to create a new identity for the new district. This is one of the examples in our city center in Singapore River. Back then, in the 1980s, conservation where we first moved it. URA is also the National Conservation Authority. That's where we championed and we led the development and also conservation of many projects. Some of these projects today has been given a new lease of life. As the district changes and evolves, it does create new memories for us. The younger generations, of course, the old. My parents find it familiar, but for us, it's an exciting way of life. To be able to see new lives, new vitality for some of these districts. And some of this rejuvenation is not on the district level. On the building level, a lot of this level of care and attention to details are, carried out. For example, Waha did a great job in the recent one of the latest President Design Award winning project. They did this, balanced approach to create a new building that's integrated with the existing building. That used to be a remittance house, so now it has kind of written its new chapter of memories for us. And on the rooftop, you can see the wonderful skyline. This juxtaposition of very interesting textured old and new in the city skyline. When I was a young architect back 15 plus 20 years ago, we were having this conversation with the developer. How do we allow the building to be given a new lease of life? Right, in this case, Orchard Road, some of you may have been there. All the buildings are lined up with a clear building edge. So we talked about it, and in the end, what we did was to work on this, what we call facade articulation guidelines, is to allow the buildings to give it the extra 2 to 3 meters, and give it that extra floor area so they can do a building makeover. Developer was very happy because they could keep the building going on, operationally throughout that, a couple of years without having to do total redevelopment. So they took up that incentive, they did that, and in return, we ask, let's not keep your building inward-looking. Open up the box, create that street frontage with escalators, alfresco dining, to really create and contribute to that sense of vibrancy along the street. They did this once, not once, and twice in the last 15 years. And you see that these buildings continue to get rejuvenated and given that new facade, as what Thomas said, the new skin, right? And contribute to that whole sense of vibrancy along Orchard Road. And I think while we developed, contextually, right, to the existing estate, I think we also look at how we can create that kind of street, that would enhance the way of the community uses the space. This example, Upper Pickering Hotel appeared in Thomas' book, and also yesterday Dr. Anna Kim shared that. It is a building site that is about 130, 150 meters long. So for us, as planner and urban designers, how do we avoid the building to become a blank wall, right? Usually we'll be very strict, we ask for building edge, everything has to be lined up. But in this case, we kind of asked the project team, can you have something that is really articulated? Only 40% of the building can touch the edge. In doing so, we kind of, behind the scene, designed some of these guidelines. And in the hands of good architect, they gave us a very fantastic building. On the upper levels, they incorporate greenery, which is also part of our policy towards making Singapore green and livable. And on the ground floor, you had this very, vibrant, articulated streetscape. And I think with Singapore weather like today, with lots of rain, the plants are really thriving very well. For us, it's not just about the streets, but also infrastructure. It's not just about the land and the buildings. Even infrastructure alone can become a way to contribute to the sense of community. That used to be a canal in the open street, in the open canal, and where we sold the land, it was a requirement to say, okay, let's make it a connector to really bring in the community together, and that became part of the, a way in which you can kind of enhance that sense of vitality and vibrancy in the district. Greenery is important. Singapore has grown from garden city, city in the garden, now city in nature. So a lot of this older infrastructure, we went in and worked with the agencies, worked with landscape architects to really give it a new lease of life. Bishan, just 10 minutes from my home, the kids love it, right? Because it is really about greenery at their doorstep, able to enjoy what Singapore can offer. Yesterday, Thomas talked about conversation. Yes, we want to continue to have that. So we collaborate, right? There are many C's here. We collaborate and have that many conversations with not just the designers, but with the community. We co-fund some of these projects, inviting the public to reimagine what they would like and see in their public space. Because we think that, it's the spaces between the buildings that is interesting. While the city can rejuvenate, can evolve and change, I think it's that sense of place and the sense of vitality that's important. And that will bring back the different communities through the different generations. So these are just some of the examples. I think overall, it is about having all the different qualities coming together. Individual buildings alone, we can have policies to encourage them to do adaptive reuse, but overall as a system of how the different buildings come together and how the public realm can be enhanced and given that new lease of life while allowing the kind of opportunities for the city to evolve and grow. So that is part of our aim. So today in Singapore, and I do invite you to visit us, we have a beautiful city gallery. We do see, and we enjoy the kind of juxtaposition of the old and new and how that create a kind of a unique skyline for Singapore. My last slide, that's my young son. He's with his young friend admiring, that looking at the city with that sense of wonder and sense of awe, he thought that I'm having a great job in playing with models, but everything. Anyway, I do. What is important that we recognize that as the city develops, it's not just for us, but also creating the city and allowing the city to be ready for different phase of growth and development, and for him and our future generations to make Singapore and cities to be a great, lovable place to live and play in. Okay, with that, thank you.
씩씩한 목소리로
That was
시간까지 딱
a very energetic presentation. Thank you for keeping the time. And it was very interesting. I'd like to invite Chong-im from Seoul Architects to give her presentation. Good morning, everyone. My topic is editing city. And I want to move beyond demolition and preservation and talk about whether there is another choice we can make. For a long time, when we looked at the city, we thought that there were only two options. Are we going to preserve or demolish? But do we have a third way? A city is not a completed work, but a text that is reread and rewritten. It's an open text. And editing is an urban act of reconfiguring the existing architecture and urban environment in a sustainable way. Then why do we need to re-edit cities today? Demolishing is erasing, but editing is preserving. And we can reconfigure the context. And re-editing is a third choice, and it will help us create sustainable cities. And to do this, we need to change our mindset. Architects are no longer authors, but editors. A building is not a completed work, but an open text and a living archive. When we think about our role and buildings in this new way, we can create a more human architecture. The former speaker talked about major projects in Singapore. I'm going to talk about small projects in small neighborhoods where citizens live their daily lives. And I would like to talk about how re-editing these spaces help the community. There's a village called Turan Art Village in Daegu, Susong District. And many artisans and artists and craftsmen opened their studios in this area. And the local district office bought empty houses and opened galleries and other art spaces in order to follow this trend. And we remodeled two houses here and here, which were near a children's park at the center of this neighborhood. One house was at the entrance of the neighborhood, and the other one was facing the children's park. Both houses had been built in the French style. The French style homes were very trendy in the 70s and 80s in Korea, and the whole neighborhood had houses that had been built in the French style. So I wanted to preserve this style while creating a new sense of place and create a sense of community in this district. This is the first house. And I wanted to remodel the house into a community center and an art residency space. So from the street, if you open the door, there's a small garden, and with a slight level difference, you have to walk 1 meter up to the entrance of the house. I wanted to create a space where people could mingle in this neighborhood, so I demolished the wall and I demolished the main door, and I used the difference in level, and I used these stairs as a slope so that it could be remodeled into an open garden. And so it's not a completely newly built house and design, but still it's pretty complicated. If you look at the floor plan, we had to demolish a lot of brick walls and replace them with concrete walls because they had to be earthquake proof. And we also needed to reinforce some of the walls with steel. And on the second floor, there was some waterproofing that needed to be done. So we demolished the tiles and we changed this place into a flower garden. And you know that in Korea, when you enter into a house, we have to take off our shoes. But since we don't need to take off our shoes anymore after the remodeling, we demolished the walls around the front entrance, so it was easier to come in because it was wider. And we preserved and kept the existing atmosphere of the wooden architecture while changing the space for adaptive reuse. Because this is a community center, we have places where people can sit down, and we remodeled the second floor. When we come out of the balcony, we can look out towards the park, and it can be used as an outside terrace. This is how it has been changed. So this was before we opened it to the public, but kids came here to play because they loved it, and we took pictures of that. This is our second project. It's another house, and we remodeled it into an art gallery. For this house, we have the park here, and here we had a house on this side, and it was a house that we could access from this street, but the local office bought the house and demolished it and made it into a parking lot. So we had a view that we could have from the remodeled site. And so we thought that it would be good to redesign the new house to face the park. So we originally had to access the house from the street, but we demolished the wall here, we created a new facade, and we had different families living on the first and second floor. And we connected the staircases so that first and second floor could be used together. In the 70s and 80s, when homes were built, people were afraid of another war from erupting. And so we had air raid shelters in the basement. And we demolished a wall on the first floor, and we opened it up with a slab, and we connected it with the basement where the air raid shelter used to be. And when it was a house that one or two people lived in, but after redeveloping it into a gallery, we used translucent material in order to give it some privacy. And as you can see, we have a new facade. And it used to be accessed through this street, but we remodeled the garden and we reconnected the stairway, and you can see how the house has been transformed. On the second floor, the gallery also holds different events, so we used a folding door and extended the terrace so that they could cater different events. And this is a gallery space, and we made it more 3D. And the kitchen was maintained because the users will need to use the kitchen. This is the residency for the artists. This is the community space for the residents. And the outside terrace, because it has a new facade, it can now face the park and playground. And the external staircase that looked out toward the neighborhood are now covered by translucent material, and they send out soft lights that create a really nice atmosphere. So what I wanted to tell you through my presentation today is that a building doesn't need to be built from scratch, and we can show how the community lives and breathes inside the neighborhood through our remodeling. A city is a living entity. We add, subtract, and we reconfigure, and the city needs to be read like an open text, and if we read it like that, we will be able to build a more human city and create less waste and leave a legacy of cleaner cities to our future generations. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much to our two speakers. That was very interesting. Now, for us to preserve something and add something new, that is easier said than done. From architects' perspective, from urban planners' perspective, it is important for us, but also the entire society should really see the importance of that. So why don't I begin by asking a couple of questions to our panel members, and then maybe I can turn my mic to the audience for questions. Now, since Leiby traveled a far distance to be here today, why don't I ask you the first question? Now, Singapore, I'm sure it's same for Seoul, but the population density is going up and a lot of people are coming to live in this urban city. So we are exposed to pressures for development. There's high pressures for development. But as you've shown us, we have cultural heritage, historic heritage that we need to preserve, and we need to be able to maintain quality of life. And as you have shown us, the streetscape, we want the streets to be vital. So these are 4 perimeters that you showed us in your presentation. Architect, they say, is an art of finding a harmony and balance. Do you have a secret sauce that helps you to achieve that balance across those 4 perimeters?
Secret sauce.
That's correct.
I think not so much this, well, I guess it's not a secret. It is, in fact, an open secret, right? I think the importance of collaboration, aligning the priorities, the expectations, and kind of having that shared goal. And the goal is not just for the city. Of course, as planners and architects, urban designers, we think of what is good for the city, for the public, right? Because they're often not part of the conversation. So first is to engage them and find out what they want. From the developer's perspective, from the project team, they would have their priorities, they have their design brief, is to how to bring in that, into, and that is the design brief that we set. So often, even for key projects, we'll sit down around the table, we invite peers, the architects, and let's have that dialogue on what could make the project a better one. In many of these projects, as a kind of incentive or sweetener, we say, developer, if you do this and this, you contribute this to the public, you make a nice public space, you provide a cultural institute, we can give you additional floor area. I think to a developer, it's a win-win because a lot of this public space do help to bring in the community and make it attractive. And in doing so, they get to kind of make a better product for themselves, of course, for the company and also for the city. So today, it's a win-win. The architect's role, and in this case, it's not just architects, the whole project team, the engineers, the M&E, the placemakers, the place managers, all of them do play an important part to make sure that it's not just the building, but also the spaces having that sense of place, so that you will really meet the needs of both the occupants and also the public using it. So I would say that collaborative partnership is important as one of the secrets to make it a successful recipe.
굉장히 중요한 비법.
That was a very important secret that you told us. And now I'd like to ask a question to Chong-im. Edited city. That was the topic of your presentation, and it was very interesting. After the Korean War in the 1950s, 20% of the buildings have gone, and we're trying to preserve them culturally. But for the buildings that were built before, people tend to think that they have no value, although people have started thinking differently today. And you talked about the French-style buildings that were built in the 70s and 80s, and you remodeled these homes, and it must have been difficult because you changed their function. Usually, when we think of demolition, we think that it's something that we need to do. The building was built in the 1960s, and it's not a choice, but it's something that we need to do. But if we want to break this habit of demolishing, do you think this is possible? I think that people these days, when they look at the buildings, they like old buildings that have new extensions. I think this is a trend worldwide. So if the public buildings give a good example, it would be good, and it would send out a good message. If we leave it to the private sector values commercial profit, and they want to demolish first and foremost. And as the former speaker said, if there are a lot of incentives, that would be helpful. And I feel that if we make construction waste more expensive, then maybe they will think twice before demolishing. In the case of Korea and Seoul, we reconstructed the Pampo district, and every time I passed by, I was very curious. All this concrete construction waste, how are they being processed? And I think we need to make construction waste expensive and maybe give more incentives for extending FAR and BCR. And if buildings are extended, then give more parking spaces. I think these incentives will help us stop the demolitions. And I think the citizens should also pay more attention to the older part of the city than the newer part of the cities, and try to explore the older part of the city and show interest. Then maybe our cities will be more human and attractive because of all this attention.
Thank you. That was a very practical solution, increasing the prices on the waste, the construction waste. Because now that I think about it, maybe in Korea it is not as expensive to get rid of or process those construction waste. Europeans, they say, I remember that Singapore is one of the Asian four dragons. I think it's Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Korea. They call it Asia's four dragons. That's what my European friends usually call us. So we have all these experts from these different cities sharing their insights and sharing their knowledge. I have a lot of questions, if I had time, that I would have wanted to ask you, but we are running under a time constraint. So just very briefly, I say that at the city scale and at the building scale, Leiby told us about the Singapore case. Out of these four dragons, Asian four dragons, on the global stage, do you believe that it will be possible to incorporate those know-how on the global stage? How should we apply that to these other countries? Is it too broad? My question is, I guess, a little too broad. Global, I don't know about global. Nothing really pops up. How about Singapore? Because Singapore is a global city, and there's a lot of projects that a lot of people are interested in.
I think cities are very complex, right? And each city is unique, but they do have their challenges. A lot of the challenges, like what we face today, are common across many cities. I think it's not so much of what we can kind of, tell the world, but really to create, as what Thomas said, right? Create the conversations and have the different cities to come together and talk about what we think are better for the future and therefore the future of cities. I think that's important, and there are different strategies and solutions and urban solutions that different cities can take on depending on their context, respond to their needs, and the solutions will come in, and follow. So I think one key strategy will be able to toggle between different scale of a city, scale of a nation, down to the precinct, to the streets, and in a very local level. I think once we kind of think through in a very kind of a systematic way, and learning from the best practices as lesson offered by many cities, I'm very sure with all great minds and in the hands of good architects, good designers, we can find the different solutions to address some of these needs and challenges.
그리고 저는 또 하나 조금 최근에 알게 된
This is something that I
사실인데 최근에
learned
이제
recently, and I think it's an issue in architecture. In Seogwipo, Jeju Island, there is an outside theater that has been there for a long time, but Seogwipo district office demolished it suddenly, and it created a lot of discussion because citizens were saying before demolishing something historic like that, they need to have a public conversation with the public, and we need an instrument that will allow this conversation to take place. And I think it's wrong to think that we have the right to decide on demolishing something or not. And our general director talked about how to be a good ancestor as a keynote before we talked. If we don't have the means to do it now, and if we are unable to do it, then we can hand down this issue to our future generations. They may be wise enough to solve the issue, even if we can't.
Because Asian countries really grew in a compact manner, they grew very quickly in a short time frame. Sometimes we are dictated by the capital, the amount of funds that are available in terms of the development direction. There are different regions, different countries, and different scales. But I think despite that difference, there are a lot of common things that we were able to share. So thank you very much to our two panelists, Director Lei-bi Yap and Chung-im Kim, for your insights. Thank you very much. Warm round of applause.
Thank you.
Now I'm becoming less nervous. I'm more accustomed to this position of being a host. Next is also a very interesting session. We have many people who've really traveled far distance to be with us in this Biennale. We have experts across from different countries, 7 of them. They say this order is quite important, so I hope I don't make a mistake. So the first person who will be presenting is from Heatherwick Studio, partner and group leader Neil Hubbard. Yes, and the second presenter, okay, let's just all applaud. Now, second, I'm going to invite from Hyundai Motor Group, Vice President Lee Sang-yeop. And then third, from CR Land, Mixed Use Division Head Nicole Zhang. Yes, she's over there. And the fourth presenter is Bhakti Luanat and Shuashi Shiwant from Anomalia, who are co-founders. The fifth presenter will be also from UC Berkeley, Professor Ronald Ryle. He also did this beautiful Walls of Public, one of the Walls of Public Life pieces. He's the fifth presenter. And up-and-coming architect of Korea from Sosu Architects, we have Mi-hee Kim. And I've only seen this person on photos from MAD Architects, Principal Architect Ma Yen-sung. He will be the last presenter of this segment. Thank you very much for welcoming all our speakers with a big applause. Each of our speakers will have 7 minutes, not 5 minutes, not 10 minutes, but 7 minutes. They will have 7 minutes to move people, and just like the speech by our general director, they're going to share with us an architectural piece that they feel will be preserved and will be loved by many generations. Without further ado, I invite our first speaker of this section. So please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Very sorry for the confusion. I was getting text messages 1 minute ago saying you're first, you're fourth, you're seventh. I'm first. That's good. My name is Neil. It's been a real pleasure to be here. I've been working with Thomas in the studio on projects like Nodal Island, Hanwha Galleria, projects around the world. But to be involved in this Biennale for the best part of 2 years with the SMG team has been an absolute pleasure and an honor. So thank you for that. I'm going to talk somewhat controversially about a building, about an estate that I love. This is the Barbican. It's a loved, sometimes loathed, big, brutalist development. It was built in London between 1965 and 1982. It's designed by Chamberlain, Powell and Bonn. It comprises of 4 residential towers, low-rise residential buildings, schools, a major art center, and public spaces. And it means a lot to me because I live there and have done for the best part of the last 10 years. For those who don't know, the Barbican is a large area in the center of London, largely flattened during World War II. It was previously known as Cripplegate and was virtually demolished. At the time in 1951, the population was just 48 people. It's located right in the financial center, and it's perhaps the only major residential living right in this part of London. And despite being intrigued by Corbusier and utopian civil living, the architects did not see themselves as modernists. Instead, they brought together a number of different philosophies, which I think really brings the development to life. I've chosen this because I think it's a striking example of how large, complex, modern projects can also be, at times, quite human. We've talked a lot about the importances of city, street, and door distances. And we need large, dense developments. There's no avoiding that. At this Biennale, we've been talking a lot about the need for human architecture, but this doesn't just mean small, quaint buildings, old buildings. We need to house masses of population in dense urban cities. However, we've discussed and demonstrated, and many of you have seen on the Humanize wall and in the presentations Thomas was giving today and yesterday, that we need spaces that have character and quality. We talked a lot about boring buildings. In Seoul, we've talked about the need to develop fast, particularly between 1960 to 1980. However, and particularly in the West, this fast development often is a source of poor social conditions. But I think there's elements of the Barbican we can learn a lot from. The spatial planning, the city scale is certainly intriguing. It's not relentlessly densely packed rows. There are open spaces. It's a broken up plan, which at times is at angles with the surrounding streets. The upper buildings are separated by a generous public podium. And rather than strict modernist functionalism, the plan has been drawn from a variety of intriguing sources, such as the waterways of Venice. The towers have been taken from stark medieval Italian watchtowers, of which the Barbican gets its name. And even the arched roofs of the rooftop are a nod to Greek Cycladic churches. The brick of the lower levels is also a nod to the previous warehouses that stood on the site. And originally considered with lavish materials such as marble and mosaic, these were taken away in favor and rejected by the local council in favor of something cheaper. They had to use concrete, although what they ended up with was incredibly labor intensive. Almost the entirety of that concrete facade has actually been hand-picked by people with hammers over about 10 years' time. And I could admit, at times it can get a little bit relentless, it can be a little bit gray, but you can't deny it doesn't have character. It has silhouette, it has profile, it has a layering that draws you in, and broken up massing, particularly around the arts center. The facade is never flat, it's never dull, and it has lines that recess and reveal contrast and softness. The raised podium creates a separation from the noise of the city. There's a strong contrast at times between the lush planting and the stark lines. The buildings are elevated to create canopy protection of the walkways. It has open but protected gardens and an important interplay of old and new. It talks to the city. It brings these characters together like a district should. It has its critics. My father once said he likes it except for all that concrete. When it was completed, many people criticized it for being over budget. There were significant delays. The architects were blamed. And it's an evolving place and continues to do so. In fact, there are new plans to bring it a new lease of life for the next 50 years. It can be at times a little bit like a fortress. I think the council are still trying to find ways to encourage people to kind of move through the space. But I think it's important because when new developments work, they can become a shortcut. They can become an excuse to reason, to deviate and find something new. That's not a random child, by the way, that I'm following weirdly. That is my son, so I'm allowed to do that. So you can't argue that it's not interesting. And remember, we're not talking about buildings that have to be universally loved. We're just saying they have to be interesting. They have to have details, to have talking points. And as you can see, it's quite full of these. There are a lot of cute clues here. And I know we're only talking about the outsides of buildings, I know that. But it's interesting that the outside of the building creates interesting spatial qualities inside. The barrel arch roofs create double height spaces. The entirety of the wall opens up so that actually the very narrow 70 centimeter balcony becomes part of the inside and outside space. And they found real ways to be playful with the concrete, creating details that looks like timber construction, creating little nestled lift button details. And importantly, and as Lebi was saying, weaving landscape wherever you can through the buildings. And as Thomas mentioned as well, that integration of nature is very important. So for me, I don't just like living there, I absolutely love living there. And I think that was an important point of the discussion yesterday, how somewhere makes you feel. I like the experience both internally and externally, and it's an area to get lost, as many visitors do. It's an area to wander and explore and see the layering of history of a single site, from modernist buildings to Roman remains, Victorian churches, elevated walkways, and stitch them together in intriguing ways. So if you come to London, I invite you to come and get lost with me there as well. So thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Neil, for that presentation. Personally, I love Barbican Center too, and I'd like to go there with you sometime in the future. Our second speaker is Vice President Lee Sang-hyuk from Hyundai Motors. Thank you. Next time, don't call me Vice President, call me designer. Seoul, I think, is a very attractive city. It developed really quickly during the past 50 years, so it's very chaotic. And because of the chaos, we were able to create order amongst the chaos. And I personally love cities like this because it's a city like Dr. Jekyll and Hyde. We have two sides of a city that coexist in harmony, and that in itself is very attractive. So preservation and the supermodern coexist, and we have culturally K-pop and the traditional tea ceremonies that coexist in harmony. We have the high-tech IT industry that is in motion together with the traditional things. Everything is mixed together, making Seoul a very special city, and that's why we are creating the character of Seoul. We have Michelin star chef restaurants, and in the small alleyways, we have cheap restaurants that serve really good food. And when we create landscapes in the city, cars play a big role. Our founder said, if our body is the city, the road is our blood vessel, and the cars that ride on the road is our blood. And I think when we draw the landscape in the city, roads and cars play a key role. This is the double-deck red bus that Heatherwick Studio designed. Where is it? In London. When we see the double-deck bus, we know that it's London. What about this SUV? It's in the US, obviously. And here, we can drive at 300 kilometers per hour on the Autobahn. It's Germany. And Korea also has an iconic symbol, which is our ports. For 40 years, we have porters. And because of their passion, Korea was able to grow like this. Usually when we drive, and when we drive compact cars, we drive cars for 2 hours a day. But for those who drive trucks, they drive trucks on average for more than 15 hours a day. These truck drivers are iconic in some sense because they really contribute to the city life. Not only that, but cars also reflect their times. Not many of you will remember this time, but there was a time when we had trolleys, and in the 1950s, Korea looked like this, and in the 1960s, our roads looked like this, and in the 1980s and the 2000s, we had roads like this, and today we drive electric cars. So instead of thinking of a car like a simple product, it's a product that expresses our daily life, and it creates a landscape. It has to mingle with the landscape to make the landscape attractive. And we have a space where we live, and we are able to be mobile inside this space thanks to the cars. Ultimately, what I wanted to tell you is harmony and balance. One product, if it harmonizes with its surroundings through experience, it can tell a story, and it's the same for buildings. When we talk about harmony, we talk about nature. It's very simple. We've been living for a long time, and we live for about 100 years, but nature has a history that is much longer, and nature was created through the survival of the fittest and through a lot of drama. And so nature is very important. And I think landscape expresses nature the best. Gardens, and especially Asian gardens, express nature the best. And when we talk about gardens, we talk about chagyong, or borrowing from the landscape. And gardens are different in Asia. And we give a near perspective of the landscape, and we have gardens that have demolished different walls. What I wanted to introduce as my favorite space is this garden, forest garden. It's a mountain garden in Guni, Daegu, called Sayuwon, and it's about I think it's 70,000 square meters big, and we can see it from end to end. It's enormous, and it's an enormous mountain garden, and it borrows truly from the landscape. We have 30 buildings inside this mountain garden. This is Alvaro Siza's building, which I love. And when I look at the building, this building looks really warm, right in the middle of the forest. But if we put it at the center of an industrial park, it would make us feel fear, and we would not like it because it's in concrete and it's like an architectural object. It doesn't look like a building where people could live and work. And before being a building, there's land and there's a landscape, and because it harmonizes with the land and the landscape, this building is perfect. And when Alvaro Siza designed it for the mountain garden, he never visited Sayuwon before designing it. But he understood the site and he understood the surroundings, and he decided to build it in concrete. When I look at a building, I look at it from a different perspective. I don't look at the architecture, but I look at the surrounding land, surrounding nature, and how this building is changing the surroundings, and then I look at the architecture. So instead of looking at it visually as a creator, I try to sense it from smell and touch. And when we look at the building from this perspective, we can look at this lovely tree, and instead of just looking at the tree, I think of the root of the tree. For the tree to be strong, the root has to be strong too. And the stone that is next to it, this stone is not on the land, it is rooted in the land. I think 80% of the stone is underneath, so we can feel the power of the land grabbing the stone by looking at this picture. Concrete is dry, concrete is very rough, but we have created vegetation like this to cover the rough concrete, and by doing this, this rough and cold concrete becomes something that is very warm and attractive. And I think this building was built 10 years ago, and I'm curious to know how this building will change 50 years from now, 100 years from now. How the walls and the vegetations will borrow from the landscape in the future is my question. Sometimes when I work in Seoul and when I'm really stressed, once or twice a year I drive up to Sayuwon. I don't do anything when I go there specifically. I just lie down and look at the trees and the sky. I think nature is truly wonderful. Underneath the shade of the tree, it's very cool and refreshing, and we can feel the order of nature when I look at nature. There's not one branch or leaf that overlaps. Everything has an order, has a process. It's very consistent, and they create consistent shadows. They never fight each other. They share the space, and it's like they're in a conversation. That's why when I design cars and when I look at buildings, it's the same also for cars. When we go to motor shows, I'm not attracted by shiny and flashy cars. I think about whether this car will continue to be used 10 years from now, and what the car's driver will be like, and what kind of value this car will give the drivers. And for architecture, I think about how this building will change in 100 years. Will it be demolished in 28 years? Or, as Thomas said, will it contribute to society and the customer? What kind of social role will this building play in the future for those who are living inside and passing by outside the building, and how the building will be living in harmony with nature in the future? That's what I think about. And I think timelessness is very important in design for us to be sustainable. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, designer Lee Sang-young from Hyundai Motors. Next, I'm going to invite Ma Yen-song from MAD.
Thank you so much. Hey, I'm Ma Yen-song from China. I'm from MAD Architects. Very happy to be here at Seoul to see you guys. I was walking on the street. I saw a lot of interesting buildings. I thought many other cities look more boring than here. But I didn't know we want to show one building, so I select several buildings from our work. This was, I think, one of the interesting buildings we did 20 years ago in Canada, and people call this a Marilyn Monroe building. I think because the curvature. So we thought, oh, maybe we like nature instead of man-made. This was a proposal they didn't pick, was a renovation for the Tower Montparnasse in Paris. So they were like a black tower, we changed the facade. So the building reflects the surrounding, but everything become upside down. So you will see Eiffel Tower from here, but upside down. And this is a kindergarten in Beijing. You see this colorful roof. Sometimes we play with the color. We are not expert, but in this context, in Beijing, the traditional part of the city is a gray with a sloping roof. So we thought, oh, maybe we provide this kindergarten a flat roof with a color. It's good for kids. Same in Beijing, we did a high-rise building. So this one looked like mountains, right? This tower right next to a park. So we think, oh, why a lot of high-rise buildings look like matchboxes? They're so heavy, they look strong, they look like a monument. But what about making a serious mountains? Look like ink painting, like traditional Chinese paintings. And then we think about, oh, maybe the nature isn't about the shape, maybe it's about the experience. So for example, this one we saw, oh, maybe we build a big stadium, this is a stadium, but we cover the most of the stadium into the earth. So this is you see the landscaping around the big sports facilities. So the facade of the building disappear as a landscape, and people can go up to the roof and walk around. And this one is a building, but it's hard to say where the outside, where the inside. It's almost become 3D sculpture. It's a concrete building with a lot of holes. So the idea is to bring a lot of natural light into the space. So when people go inside, they feel they're outside. They're also their view, their spirit is connected to the ocean outside the building. This is another opera house. It's a big building in the northern part of the China. You can see the beautiful landscape. So we thought, oh, this building must be part of the landscape. So we make the building almost like a snow hill. You can literally walk on it. So there's a ramp go along the facade. So when the opera house closed, everyone can still come here and walk through this path and experience the surroundings as this continuous experience. And this building is in Denver. It's a residential building, but it almost looks like a crack from an existing modern building. It's a garden, it's a vertical garden. It looks like this. It's a block, a glass, concrete. It's very conventional structure, but we create this landscape crack through this building, vertically, also horizontally, to provide some public landscape inside the building, but also, as a community space. When people go there, they have a great view towards Colorado mountains. But the experience inside this space, also like you climbing the mountains in the nature. Here's a residential complex in South America. So it looked like something growing. A museum in Rotterdam we just completed. It's called the Phoenix Museum of Migration, because this is an old warehouse where the big boat depart from Europe for America in the history. So they want to convert this building into a museum. But what we did was to insert this staircase into this concrete building to provide a new experience. Of course, it's functional. It's a staircase inside the museum, bring people from ground level to second level. And then this staircase goes through the roof, becomes sightseeing platform. But more important, we actually create two staircases. So you can use either one when you go up and down. And also, you can see other people. You can run into the strangers when you use the staircase. So it's almost become a social device to bring people together. The reflection also reflect the time and yourself. And okay, this is a museum in Los Angeles. I'm going to show you two new projects going to finish later this year. So this become a floating structure with a park on the roof, also the park at the lower ground. It's founded by George Lucas. It's quite a large structure in Los Angeles. And the last one is a museum gonna open in 1 month. So you can see the background is modern city. This is in Shenzhen. Modern city look very flat. I would say, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the modern architecture, but if many of them become a group, you feel the city is a lack of layers. So in front of those high-rise buildings, we provide this museum almost like a park. We actually built a big park for it, and that's the inside and outside. So I remember when I was a high school student, I applied this architecture school. I this interview from a professor said, "Why you want to go to America for architecture?" I said, "Oh, I want to do interesting architecture." And the professor told me, "Architecture isn't about interesting." I'm still thinking about that question till now. I think that's also the question for all of us. Thank you very much.
매드 아키텍스 대표.
Thank you very much, Ma Yan-sung from Mad Architect. We would like to next invite Nicole Zong from CR Land. Please come forward.
So hi everyone. Thank you for having me today. I'm Nicole Zhang with CR Land. For some of you might not be familiar with us, our parent company, China Resource Group, is a major enterprise ranking 72 on the Fortune Global 500. And under it, we CR Land focus on property development and management. Today, instead of a classic building, I will share a 900-year-old painting from China's Song Dynasty. It's a pretty well-known painting called Along the River during Qingming Festival. Would it roll? Oh, this button. Oh, okay. Which button? Okay, anyway. Oh, it starts rolling. Okay. This painting is created when the world's first paper currency emerged. It portrays the bustling river-side city, full of life and detail. It's rolling pretty fast. But more than that, it embodies a key Chinese ideal, harmony between nature and people. This philosophy shaded not only art, but also how Asian cities were planned and built. This painting is more than a custom record. It's an ecological sample of Song urban life. Structures don't stand alone. They grow along the river. Bridges, markets, boats, and crowds merge into one living organism. Unlike car-centered modern city, this organic planning is based on human scale and natural context. To Song artists, even this busy urban life could be this poetic landscape worth admiring. Nature wasn't just about mountains and wilderness, it's also this lively and harmonious human order. In the painting, the empty spaces aren't really empty. They're where the energy flows. What's left unpainted holds meaning and beauty. In architecture, this leaving blank turns into deep respect for public spaces. Take, for example, our project, Xi'an Mixi, working with Thomas Heatherwick. Instead of filling the whole site with one massive building, we respond to the city's layout. From ground to rooftop, we provided much needed breathing room in the dense urban environment. If you look at the painting, there's no single focal point. Instead, many stories unfold at once. Similarly, architecture doesn't have to be about one iconic form. It can be a series of connected experiences. As Xi'an Mixi, multi-level streets, winding corridors, courtyards, and shifting views are like a stage full of stories, inviting people to explore, pause, and engage within and around them. Traditional Chinese painting express spirit, not realism. And a wealth of poetic essence is conveyed through the brushstrokes. Similarly, many architects now embrace the nature materials and even the marks of making. For example, at Xi'an, we use ceramic whose flaws from Asian firing methods become the design focus. After countless tests, we blend industrial precision with natural beauty. This results contemporary, yet when you touch it, you can almost feel history breathing. The tension between the scale and speed is the challenge we all face today. The painting captures a slow, more human scale weight of life. How do we bring this poetic atmosphere into a large, standardized development? We believe the answer lies in merging technology with the aesthetics, not by copying the old forms, but through green tech, smart systems, try to achieve this human-nature harmony. So in Xi'an, we drew inspiration from a 1,000-year-old ginkgo and the cereal spirit for our Tree of Life installation. This tree, built with advanced tech, it has no strict function. It embodies the spirit of place. People come to feel its presence, gather around it, and experience that it hasn't changed for centuries. we no longer see the city as just a machine, but as a grand natural painting. Nature isn't meant to be conquered. It's the city's backbone. Buildings aren't standalone sculptures. They're the brushstrokes in the bigger picture, really, yeah. And people aren't isolated. They're the relaxed figures within it, truly the heart of the city. So we've been, as a developer, we've been practicing on and managing on over 150 retail projects in China. As a leading player, we do love to work with really talented architects like you guys, and to create places that people really truly enjoy. Using this Eastern wisdom to share this urban challenge. It's a long journey, but full of joy and so much hope. So that's what I'd like to share today. Thank you all.
CR 랜드 복합
Thank you, Nicole, for that presentation. Next, I'd like to invite Bhakti Rawat and Suashi Sawant from Anomalia for their presentation.
Hi, I'm Suyash, and that's Bhakti. We are Anomalia, an architectural design studio from Mumbai, and we're also the designers for one of the walls of public life, and the one that's called Grown Not Built. It's grown from mushrooms. So just like these walls, and most of the walls in our cities, they make us look up, but this one asks us to look down. This is the step well of Gujarat, Rani Ki Vav, built 1,000 years ago and carved 7 levels into the ground. Yet it stands, still stirs emotion. This is not a museum or art piece, but an everyday building to fetch water, to rest and to gather. Everyday architecture that became extraordinary. A civic machine to hold rain, to harvest life. And yet, this utility was carved with the care of a temple. Because in India, water is sacred. Infrastructure was never just mechanical, it was emotional. And that is why it survives in memory. So I would like us to go down the journey for these 7 levels together. Each step is an emotion, awe, belonging, curiosity, joy, relief, reverence, and hope. Because the true legacy of a building is not its age, but the feeling it continues to awaken across centuries.
When we see this building, the first feeling is awe. Not at its height, but at its depth. This building doesn't demand that you look up, but instead it asks you to step down into shadow, into water, and into the earth itself. That inversion is something that still catches our breath, 1,000 years on. But many a times, awe is not enough to keep a building alive. What sustained this stepped well, Rani Ki Vav, for generations was belonging. It was not built for kings or collectors. It was built for communities. It was a well. Women came to draw water. Children played on its steps. And travelers rested in the cool air. Water belonged to everyone, and so did beauty. And that sense of shared belonging was carved into its stones. And then there's curiosity. The facades are not flat walls. They're porous, they're layered, and they're alive with light and shadow. They draw you in sideways, diagonally, and downward. They pull you to keep moving and keep wondering what lies beyond, what lies at the next step. And then there is joy. Even in what essentially is public plumbing, they carved gods and dancers, flowers and stories. Every surface was turned into a sculpture. Imagine fetching your water every morning and surrounded not by just bare walls, but all of this beauty and all of these stories carved onto these walls. Joy was not just decoration, but it was woven into the utility of this building. And that is why this building was cherished. And when we go deeper still, we feel relief. Stepwells are like climate machines. They cool, they shade, and they recharge. They work with earth and not against it. So long before we all started talking about sustainability, this was sustainability. It was carved into stone, and it lasted a millennium. And then we have reverence. Like many utilitarian things, this building too was forgotten. It was covered in silt and abandoned for decades. But memory has a way of returning. And today it's sacred again. But more importantly, it's a reminder that even when buildings are neglected, but architecture, when built with care, can outlast even indifference.
So this building, what does it tell about being a good ancestor? The most loved buildings of the future will not be the tallest towers or the most expensive museums. They will be the ones that serve people, hold emotion, and make utility beautiful. The final emotion is hope. Hope that we build with belonging, joy, and reverence. Our architecture can too be cherished for 1,000 years. And if you look around the world today and notice echoes of its stepped form in new vessels of our own time, it's not a coincidence. It's because our ancestors already showed us how to humanize architecture. Thank you.
아노말리아.
Thank you, Bhakti Ruat and Suyashi Sawant from Anomalia. Next, I would like to invite Professor Ronald Rael from UC Berkeley to give his presentation.
Imagine if we were able to invite the top material scientists in the world, and we had enormous amounts of funding, and we asked them the question, can you come up with a building material that is sustainable, that is carbon neutral, that is thermally responsive to any ecological zone on the planet, that is non-toxic, that is entirely recyclable and earth-friendly? And I don't believe they would be able to come up with that material. But over the last 10,000 years, humans across the planet have invented and perfected that material, and it's in use all over the planet. And it's simply made of mud. The oldest buildings on the planet are made of mud, and the most celebrated buildings are also made of mud. The most celebrated buildings in Korea are made of mud. The Hanuks, the Chogas. These are buildings that are covered in the surface of just the material found right beneath the feet of the occupants. These are mud bricks, the oldest building materials in the world, still in use all over the planet today. And I argue that in order to be a good ancestor, we have to continue the use of this building tradition all over the world, but we have to think about it in new ways because our lifestyles and our cultures are developing so quickly that we are losing sight of this incredible invention. Why is this important to me? Because I come from a place in the United States where we have been building and living in buildings made of mud for thousands of years. but it requires care for them to last. Many of the buildings in my community have been abandoned, been replaced by manufactured homes, modern homes, and we've lost sight of our traditions because we've disconnected ourselves from land-based practices, practices where we are connected to the growing of our vegetables and the care of the earth itself. And so many of these buildings have become abandoned and fallen to ruin, and I've seen the loss of so many of these buildings that are much more than buildings to me. These are our ancestors. And so to be a good ancestor means to continue the care of these buildings. I live in a building that's also made of mud. It was built by my great-grandfather. It's only 100 years old, but it's a very simple building made by my family, and it continues to be a cherished home in our communities. But I also continue to teach these traditions that have been passed down to me for generations. My father built buildings made of mud, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, and I can probably easily say that for several thousand years, my family has continued to live in buildings made of mud. But it requires techniques and that are not difficult to learn, but that are passed down through tradition. And these are techniques of simply coming together as communities and caring for the building by using the earth to refinish them every so often, sometimes once a year in some cases where it's rainy, sometimes 10 years, sometimes 20 years. And many people might think, well, this seems very laborious. Why would we do this? Do we do this with our own buildings? And the answer is yes. We paint our buildings, we put new roofs on our buildings, but we often ask someone else to do that for us. And if we think about a wall in modern architecture, think about all the products that exist within that wall. There are so many, we might find 10, 20, 30 companies that are represented within a wall section. Now, not only think about all those materials from the paint, from the cladding, from the waterproofing, the vapor barriers, the screws, the conduits, the plastics that are made, all those companies that exist in that wall section, this is part of capitalism attempting to find real estate within the section of that wall. Now, not only think about those materials and the companies that represent them, but all the specialized tools, the screws, the screwdrivers, the screw guns, the spatulas, the paintbrushes, all of those tools are also sold to specialists who know how to use each of those tools. So there's an incredible amount of complexity that exists in the contemporary wall section that feeds off the culture of capitalism. But in an agrarian society, there's only one material, from outside to inside, and it's mud. But it requires care. I'm also connected to this because just a short drive away from my own house is this multi-story, 5-story apartment complex where my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather lived in the 1600s. And he lived here, and this building still exists today. It's still occupied today, and it's 1,000 years old, and it's entirely made of mud. It's over a mile above sea level. It's called Taos Pueblo. Temperatures fall well below freezing here, and it also gets very hot in the summer. So it survives snow, rain, wind, cold, heat. And at one time, there were no doors on this building. You see some doors, but you see ladders, and the same hole where smoke left the spaces is the same hole where people went into the buildings. People still live here today without electricity, without plumbing. They gather water from the river. They have fuel for their homes from the mountains. They hunt in the mountains and fish in the mountains, and still continue the practice of applying mud to the surface of these buildings today. Not all of us want to live like that. And so for the past 15 years, I've been working on a project where we can reintroduce earth and construction in contemporary society using robots. And so I've been involved in this project where I'm only using the same traditional building materials of earth and straw and water alongside a robot to build buildings made of earth, so that the specialist is now this robotic beast that we can collaborate with to continue these traditions of building with earth.
The way the light falls on it,
so I'm not arguing for one particular building that is going to be the building that lasts and we love. I'm arguing for buildings made of earth all over the planet, because in fact, all we're doing is taking the earth and picking it up in every single continent on this planet but one, which is Antarctica, and they are all connected. Because if we want to be good ancestors, we need to think about how we can care for the earth and how the earth is actually our home. And so to close, I want to argue for AI as a way to think about the future. And when I speak about AI, I'm talking about ancestral intelligence. I'm talking about additive intelligence, using additive manufacturing, and artificial intelligence, which I think will play a tremendous role in development of the architecture of the future. Thank you.
UC 버클리 교수.
Thank you very much, Professor Ronald Ryle, for your presentation. Our last speaker is from Seoul architect, Ms. Kim Mi-hee. Yes, good morning. I'm from Seoul Architects. My name is Kim Mi-hee. Just to briefly introduce our architect studio, we are a group of architects based in Seoul. We started working from 2016, and we also did our piece as part of the Public Walls of Life. And we did a 3D interpretation of Seoul's cityscape titled Soulscape. So there's a QR code on my slide. If you scan, you'll be able to see the process. Now, as an architect, choosing a single building that I will want to pass down for the next 500 years was really an incredibly difficult task. One day, while pondering this question, I happened to come across a poster for a local government suicide prevention day, and I thought that was an interesting idea, and that made me think of where is my own healing spot. Now, since the pandemic, digital communication has increasingly emphasized the visual stimulus, while sensory bodily experiences and direct encounters have steadily disappeared. People, despite being constantly connected, often feel loneliness and isolated. Now, in response, there's a lot of call for the recovery of this lost community. And I believe that the theme of a more humanized architecture in an emotional city is a deeply meaningful topic in addressing these challenges. And I think the recovery of community begins with the awakening of our neglected bodily senses and with fostering of human interaction. So today, we need places of healing, and I would like to introduce one to you. Since my university days, there is an urban refuge for me, and this is a place called Gyeongdong Church. Now, Gyeongdong Church was completed back in 1981. It was one of it is one of the architect Kim Soo-gun's most renowned works of religious architecture. Now, it's located along the busy boulevard stretching from Changchungdong to the DDP. It is a building one often encounters while passing by. Now, no matter how remarkable a piece of architecture may be, if it has no visitors or is not used by anyone, it will eventually fade away. I'm sorry, I would really need to just take a sip of water. My apologies. Now, with the growth of non-religious population and the transformation in worship practices after the pandemic, religious architecture in the city holds new possibilities as a civic space. In particular, this Gyeongdong Church, which breaks away from the conventional church design, offers something more, a place to retreat, to rest, and to become an essential space for future generation. Even a quick look at the site plan sparks curiosity about this form and the interior space. Gyeongdong Church speaks to us in many different ways. Its nearly windowless exterior and 20 vertical masses of varying height really spark curiosity in the passers-by. Because all four sides are open, the view changes depending on one's vantage point, while the rough texture of the brick takes on different expressions as time passes. It opens up diverse interpretations. Some see it as praying hands, others imagine a medieval European castle, or even Noah's Ark. So it remains an architecture of multiple metaphors. Gyeongdong Church is architecture built through bodily experiences, awakening the senses of the body. The human scale, nature-friendly space was one of architect Kim Soo-gun's essential design language. The building is divided into spaces of sizes physically perceptible to the body, with circulation routes that are subtle yet suggestive. As one moves naturally along the intended sequence, the body begins to feel a rhythm, and through a multi-sensory experience, physical awareness is awakened. The main sanctuary is not entered directly from the main road. Instead, one circles the building, ascends a stairway, and passes through a narrow doorway. The stairs vary in width, direction, and the height, so one must adjust his or her stride and breathe while climbing. So this careful movement draws one's focus inward, entirely onto the act of walking. After passing through the narrow stairways, one finally encounters a vast, uniquely shaped interior. This dramatic reversal of scale and the unfamiliar atmosphere momentarily suspends the senses of time and space. Now, brick is an approachable material. It's laid piece by hand, embodying the value of craftsmanship and human labor. Through variations in stacking, splitting, or projecting, different depths and textures emerge on the facade. When light and shadow interact with these different surfaces, the building's expression becomes even richer. And the exposed concrete reveals the rib structure carried by 12 columns. Its rough and unadorned surfaces, stripped of decoration, create a solemn and cave-like atmosphere, where the layered structure beauty evokes a primal emotion. The spatial configuration and materiality function as environmental devices, guiding both sound and sight towards focus. Light enters only through small skylight, and this extreme limitation makes the materiality of the space itself seem to disappear, leaving behind an atmosphere filled solely with light and shadow, imbued with a spiritual aura. Among Gyeongdong Church's distinctive interior features are its deep, narrow alcoves that are intimate and shelter spaces. Gyeongdong Church will celebrate its 80th anniversary this year. The darkened bricks bear the marks of time, yet the space remains filled with the sound of life, the weekly organ recitals, and the voice of prayers. The open stairway, which is adorned with artworks, serves as a contemplative promenade for everyone who visit. And the church is working to reopen its closed rooftop chapel, envisioning a near future in which the walkway extends upwards to the chapel, transforming it into a space open to the sky and shared by everyone. Through such efforts, Gyeongdong Church continues not as a preserved relic, but as a place enriched by ongoing experience. When I think about architecture that might endure for another 100 years, 500 years, what first came to my mind were the century-old guardian tree standing at the entrance of many villages in Korea. I initially set aside that thought since the focus was supposed to be on the buildings, but as I reflect more on the Gyeongdong Church, that original image returned back. A tree that has withstood hundreds of years feels almost like intricately crafted architectural space. And in turn, an old building with the power of space can feel like nature itself, deeply rooted in place. Just as Guardian Tree holds the shared memory of the village, offering protection and healing, I hope Gyeongdong Church will become such a place for the citizens of the city. May it continue to be cherished and loved across generations, aging gracefully as a space that protects our everyday lives, remaining in our collective memory. Thank you.
Did you enjoy the presentations? Thank you. We listened to 7 presentations on 7 buildings that were loved by our speakers. It's something that could be subjective, but I'd like to thank our speakers for sharing. And let's give our speakers once again a big round of applause. We are about to close the morning session. We have prepared many interesting topics this afternoon. So have a good lunch. Don't go back home. Please come back so that we can enjoy our afternoon. I have another piece of information for everyone. You are probably wondering where to go for lunch. When you cross the street, there's the Seoul Hall of Urbanism and Architecture. There are many places to eat around that area. So after lunch, since we have some time, go to the Seoul Hall of Urbanism and Architecture because we have many interesting exhibitions that are there, that are part of the Biennale. And we can look at different exhibitions in the basement level 2 and 3. Enjoy your lunch, and we will resume at 2. Thank you.
Yes, we still have people standing outside. Since it is 2 p.m., I would like to ask those standing outside to please come in and be seated. I hope you all had nice lunch. Thank you very much for coming back. We would now like to resume with the afternoon session. And just like we did in the morning, I'm going to first show you the keyword for the afternoon session. So I'll go over to our cube. It's a bit heavy. Yes, so this morning it was heart. In the afternoon, what do you think this is? I think it's a speech bubble. But it's empty inside. I don't know what will be said, but it's a speech bubble, and the topic for this afternoon is talking. We are first going to listen to the presentation by different creative Seoul communities. So we're going to welcome them with a warm round of applause. Let's clap before we begin. So globally, many cities are evolving and changing. And in that process, some feel isolated, and others feel frustrated. Now, in the process of building architecture and taking care of the buildings, what should the city communities be voicing? How do we allow more people of different age groups and from different backgrounds to engage more in this process? We've asked this question to our creative community project. I'm going to ask Lee Ji-yoon-nim, who is the project director, to moderate this session. Yes, good afternoon. Nice to meet all of you. You've seen all of the different images on the Humanize wall, I believe. And all the images that you see on the Humanize wall are selected images from these creative community works. You've probably seen some glimpse of what those images are yesterday, but the Biennale that we wanted to design and plan for this year is not to just have experts and architects participate, but really engage the Seoul citizens and the creative communities that are based in Seoul to come together. And that really was the vision of our general director, Thomas. I'm a curator, and I work in the field of modern art. And we have worked together with 9 creative community. We've worked together, we've collaborated together with them to create something that is unique and that is more human-centric, and really draw ideas as to how we can make architecture more human-centric and more human. So we've invited 3 people here today. These are 3 community leaders who've had vast amount of experience working with different stakeholders. First, we have Shim Yoo-jin, who was in charge of making the Facade of Time. And second, we have Ms. Seo Hae-young, who did the project on the complexities of mind, and Mr. Seo Jun-won was involved with the Pukchon motif. We will first invite presentations by each of our panel creators so that we can shed some light as to how we can make buildings radically more human. So let us share the solutions from their perspectives. Would like to first invite Shim Yoo-jin, and let's hear about the Pukchon project.
Hello, everyone. I am Seo Jun-won, and I think I need to reintroduce the topic, which is a teenager-led journey through a story map. And we want to trace the emotional journey of Pukchon. And I work as a community leader and also an urban researcher. We live in the city. We live inside a building. And who is the main character of the building? We are the protagonists of the building, you and me. And the buildings carry a lot of stories of our everyday life. So from 11 years ago, I established a research center which tries to connect the different spaces. With our creators and teenagers, we started a project, and I would like to introduce that project. The Biennale's theme is a human-centered city for the future, and this is also a subject that is close to my heart. Our city is not composed only of buildings and streets. Our cities live with the citizens, and it's the space of our everyday life. City is memory. City is somewhere where there are stories. Pukchon has a very long history, and the story of people's everyday lives, we can see that in Pukchon. And we always have a memory of a special place in our heart. And I wanted to hear the voice of the teenagers while we explored this space. These are the teenagers, 17 teenagers who live their everyday lives in Pukchon, and they look at the buildings and alleys in Pukchon, and they are storytellers who can tell us the story of Pukchon. And they go to Jungang High School, and this Jungang High School has a history of 120 years. And they are the best people to talk about their feelings about Pukchon, and they are the protagonists of our project. And they live their everyday life in Pukchon because they go to high school there, and they can also connect the dots between the stories. They are the users of the Pukchon neighborhood. In this historical place, they can look at something that is old, something that has disappeared, and many different types of architecture. And they live among this architecture. They are the key main characters of Pukchon. Their stories could be the story of the future of Pukchon. And to help them, we had creators, the professionals. We had teachers from the Jungang High School. We had communication directors, researchers, visual creators who supported the project. We did not want to talk for the students. We wanted the students to communicate their message, and we wanted to become a translator, an interpreter, to help the young people communicate with the world. Pukchon is a historical landmark and has a very long history, and it is also an everyday living space. As you can see on this map, under the Joseon dynasty, during the 500 years of Joseon dynasty, it existed, and so it has a history of overall 600 years. It's between Changdeok Palace and Gyeongbok Palace, and right now it is an area where we preserve the hanoks and where we have a lot of tourists and visitors. But we forget that this is also a place where people used to live, and this is also a space where children grow. We see many different buildings in Bukchon that have been built throughout the years, and we wanted to tell the story from each era. From the 1900s to the 1940s, we had a lot of public buildings. We wanted to tell their stories and the stories of people who used to live there during this period. And then during the independence movement, we had the Chungang High School that was built, and we had different alleyways and different homes which housed the independence movement under the Japanese occupation. And we also had different stores that provided rice to the neighborhood. And we wanted to tell the stories of these places too. And we wanted to move through time and space in order to do so. And then we had the Korean War and industrialization, and through the rapid economic development of Korea, many of the hanoks disappeared and became decrepit, and we replaced them with modern buildings. And because the community wanted to save the Bukchon area, we were able to collect the stories of many people who tried to do this. So in the history of Korea, we can see the history of the city and the history of the buildings. And we can hear the different layers of stories that people are telling us through the ages. And we want the young generation to tell us the story of old Bukchon through their own eyes. With the students, this is the process that we used. The places of everyday life that the students used to pass by without really thinking about it, we wanted them to rediscover the stories of these places. And the students told us that they felt memory, sadness, respect, many different feelings. One student said, when I saw an observatory that was built under King Sejong, I didn't really know that it was a historical monument, and I was very surprised to discover that it was this historical building. Another student talked about a hot bath that he used to go to with his dad and his grandfather, and he really didn't think about it much when he passed by the hot bath, but now that he thinks about it, he felt very warm and comfortable, and he felt that there was a sense of loss because this hot bath disappeared after the gentrification of the neighborhood. By feeling different feelings, the students took pictures, wrote down their feelings, and we collected all of this data. And when they saw a building, then through their feelings, they came out with creative results. If you go to the Our Gallery in the Seoul Hall of Urbanism and Architecture, you'll be able to see the work that was created by our students. And by leading the students, I tried to read and interpret the stories of our students in order to draw a map, a story map. This is the result and the outcome. We came out with 3 outcomes. This is the story map of Bukchon, which has 120 years of history and story of people living their everyday lives. And in this story map 1, we have pictures and collages of how Bukchon makes the young students feel. On top, we have Bugak Mountain, the topology of Bukchon, and from Bugak Mountain, we were able to come down to the downtown area through a waterway. It has disappeared now, but we revived the waterway through the emotional texts of students. Through the collages, we were able to outline the emotions of the students, and we were able to propose a more human story of Pukchon through the students' storytelling. Secondly, we created a patchwork facade, and we expressed the alleys and the architecture of Pukchon in an abstract way, and this patchwork facade was an interpretation of the students' emotions. And lastly, the story map 3 is a QR code. We have a QR code on the bottom of story map 1 and 2. If you scan the QR code, you can go into your own digital interactive map. So you can add on your story to this Pukchon story. That's the role of the QR code. Your story will become a landscape to create another story map. Why does all of this matter? Maps give us information, but story maps tell us moments from our life, moments of laughter, moments when we feel sad about something that has disappeared, moments of warmth that we feel in certain streets. And this is what we call storyscape. And the value of our city, moving beyond preservation and development, we are able to create story caps that can collect our emotions and feelings, and then we will be able to create a better city. We can do this anywhere and everywhere. Tomorrow's story can become a story map, and by accumulating the story map, we can create different experiences. This is not just the story of Pukchon. Any city can do this anywhere, and anyone can do it. Moving beyond Pukchon, we can go to global cities, and 500 years from now, 1,000 years from now, the only way to transform our cities is ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of stories to tell, and you've made it quite concise and impactful. When we think of Seoul, we think of a map, and map, of course, is filled with information, but also with regards to the space and people that inhabit that space. And we had researchers who studied into that, and Seoul National University also took part in this whole project. So 17 high school students also joined in this community project, and they came up with this beautiful piece. So please go to the Hour Gallery and take a look at the outcome of this research. As we walk around the city, as we feel from the cityscape, and now we're here to talk about those aspects that they were able to delve into. So that was Ms. Seo. Next, I'm going to invite Ms. Shim Yoo-jin from Geologic to talk about the changes that Yongsan District is experiencing, the high-rise buildings and the people that live in that Yongsan District. They have a very interesting project that they undertook. So please.
I will move over here so that you can see the screen without me obstructing it. Hello, everyone. We worked on Facade of Time, and this is our team. These are the artists and communities that participated in Facade of Time. We are No Jong-yeon and Geologic. Artist No Jong-yeon is a fine art creator, and she studies walking in the city and extends drawing and works on paintings and installation work. Geologic works on geometry by logic, and it's a construction design studio, and 16 members work on different designs and styles that are for the people. No Jong-yeon and Geologic participated in this Biennale because we use building waste, and we combined the building waste with art in order to create works of art that is more sustainable for society. We've been doing that since last year, and Maru has become the campus for No Jong-yeon, and the public waste becomes the frame for our work. For this Biennale project, we focused on Yongsan, and we focused on 65 Hangang-no Yongsan. It's a very specific area. We have a lot of high-rise buildings in this area, and we have many fences in this area because this area is under development. And inside this area, we also have buildings that have been built 50 years ago that remain there. 65 Hangang-no is an area that we discovered, and we wanted to look at how the facade of the cities could be during the redevelopment phase. And we wanted to look at the facade designs from an architectural perspective. We worked with the local community in Yongsan, Dimension Gallery, and the Dear Art Cafe, and we also worked with GGTO, which is a volunteer group composed of young people. The images that you see here are the images we collected through 3 surveys and 2 workshops. And the students of the local community also participated in our project to explore Yongsan, sharing their ideas, and their response has been collected in images and pictures. And these pictures have been sent to us by the community. We asked them, what is your favorite part about this alley? When you walk into this alley, how do you feel? And which is your favorite spot in Seoul? We asked many different questions in the survey, and these are the answers and the pictures that they sent us in response. One interesting thing about the survey was that in Yongsan, we have a lot of buildings that have been designed by famous architects around the world, and we have the museum, National Museum of Korea, and famous buildings in Yongsan. Yet, the students say their favorite spot in Yongsan are railway stations or surrounding areas where they live. So their favorite spot were not famous landmark spaces, but places where they live their everyday life. Jijito, I told you, was a volunteer group composed of students, and they do volunteer work in this area. They walk around the area to read the neighborhood and to feel the neighborhood. And they read the neighborhood, and with the creators, we walked around the neighborhood to collect data. And one of the creators, No Jong-yeon, did some drawing on site, and the experience of the site and what the pedestrians feel while they walk in these alleys was drawn by her. And we think that this part was a very important element in our project. The artist No Jong-yeon drew these images, and we collected all of these images to provide a layered sense, a kind of accumulated memory of Yongsan that could be put on a facade. And we had many different collage work that we worked on because we wanted to find a way to use them. And the image that you see is called Facade of Time. And it's the theme of our creative community. And we want to record the passage of time on the facade. We want to remember them so that when people look at the facade, they are able to read the message of the facade. And what you see here are drawings that were made during our preparation, and we worked on many different types of collages. Ultimately, we want to layer the memories. And as was drawn by our artist, the pictures that were drawn by our artist, we selected a few of them. And we also took into account what the community students told us. On the left, we rearranged the drawings in a kind of architectural way, and the drawings are layered here in order to give more depth and 3D impression of the facade. On the right, we want to show that memories are stacked in Yongsan. In Yongsan, we had buildings built in earth, and then we have new material that have been used recently for the recent buildings in Yongsan. So we wanted to show how historically the building materials that were used to build buildings in Yongsan had evolved and developed. And the community students and residents, we wanted them to enjoy their space in Yongsan. And we wanted the pedestrians to be able to enjoy walking around the neighborhood through these beautiful facades. And I think we will continue our research in this direction in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, thank you. I'm sure after hearing these two stories, you now see that there's great level of detail that's incorporated in the Humanize wall. Yesterday, there were 3 creator communities that presented, and we also, this afternoon, we have 3 more who will be presenting. As you can see, even the small details that is impacted in this process of development, people need to cherish what is important to our community. And I think in 50 years and in 100 years' time, we will be able to hand down to the next generation these valuable thoughts. The No Jang-hyun actually is a very well-known painter. She's an illustrious artist, and together with this artist and the members of the community, they've worked together to create something that could become part of the Humanize wall. So thank you very much for that. Next, I'm going to invite Ms. Ho Hae-young for our last presentation, and the title is A Complex for Diverse Minds. Yes, hello, my name is Ho Hae-young, and I will be talking to you about A Complex for Diverse Minds. Now, what is that? We brought together the characteristics of fabric, of a tapestry, and we took the concept of Rube Goldberg machine. Well, we wanted to transform the facade of a very dull-looking university building. Now, this morning, even in rain, you would have visited the Humanize wall, and our image is located on the top part of the Humanize wall. So I'm going to introduce to you as to the process that we took in making this piece. We took the terminology complex, because complex talks about a multi-use or multi-purpose space. So in that way, we call a certain architecture and space complex. And also from psychoanalytical perspective, we also think about and talk about the so-called complex emotion. So can architecture really connect the closed minds of people? I think in 2025, architecture that Seoul requires is to be able to bring people together with different mind, different background, to talk about what is important to them. Korea is facing a lot of an extreme political tension. There's a lot of gap between different gender, between modernity and traditional values. We are undergoing significant amount of turbulence. We face these challenges and difficulties in an everyday life, but as we come face to face to the architecture, would buildings and will architecture be able to provide us with some sort of a solution and relief? Personally, just to introduce to you my background, in 2019, I did this piece titled Between Us. What this project was all about was the difference between different individuals. When these different people come together in one common space, can this be an avenue for us to garner deeper understanding of the other? And this project actually took place in Seoul Plaza in front of the City Hall. This event was held on October the 3rd. On the left, you see all these people. These are people who took to the street. They're demonstrators. And on the right is the structure that I made. You see that there's coexistence of social tension versus this artistic piece. From a bird's eye view, it looks peaceful, but if you come closer, there's actually a lot of conflict, a lot of tension. But what's quite interesting is that these demonstrators actually, in the evening, they actually came and they looked around this piece that I had installed. And this gave me the hint that art pieces and architecture and buildings and the space itself could provide a venue where different people with different minds could come together in pursuit of a single solution. So I decided to extend that thought and concept to this Biennale. And so I dubbed the title of this project to be A Complex for Diverse Minds. And I wanted to try to embody that in the architectural image. Now, this is the community that I worked together with. They are not just any public or any masses of people. I brought together people from Seoul National University. They're the graduate students from Department of Sculpture. And we were joined by researchers in archival studies, cultural and art curators, architects, and designers. So we had photographers as well, editors, and different artists and different experts that all got together. Of the buildings that you see in Seoul, we see that the buildings are very much standardized and dull, and we felt that such buildings, there were many such buildings in our university campus. So we went on site to the university, so Seoul National University to be exact. So we took a look at the buildings on the campus. So yes, there were old buildings and there were new buildings coexisting on campus. So it was dynamic from some sense. And also there were key personalities of individual buildings. But what was regrettable was that these buildings did not really reflect any personality or characteristics of a certain department, for instance. All these buildings just focused on efficiency and utility. And so we decided that we will select Seoul National University Administration Building because it is a very standard building. And if you look at this building, it was built in 1970s by an architect called Kim Jong-sik. This was during the post-war era, and there were a lot of reconstruction work that's taking place as we had experienced war. So it's very modernistic and it's horizontal and it's quite long, and they say that this symbolizes equality. There's a lot of symbolism that's embedded into this building. this building, from the students' perspective, it's a closed building for us, and students don't really know what's happening inside the building. So it's hierarchical, there's a strong control, it's a little suffocating. So if you think about university as a place where there should be creativity, unlocking, we wanted to give it a more vitality and color. So we went through these 3 stages. So this is a space right in front of this building. Different people came together and we held workshops. We tried to express our emotions. And what we did was we created this is like a tapestry. We have Matt, actually. Matt Bell is in the photo, so greatly appreciate him joining. So through these performances, we were able to extract ideas, and we asked the participants of the workshop, and we asked them questions, and we got their responses and feedback. It says here, architecture is fixed, but people's minds move. And people want something new in architecture, but we never were able to express those needs. So it was a quite meaningful occasion for us. So through the workshop, we were able to unearth what people were thinking, and based on that response, we made certain sketches, and then came up with this concept of tapestry, as a lot of different parties are intertwined, interlaced, and interweaved. And we felt the Rube Goldberg machine is actually, Rube Goldberg machine is an inefficient machine. Just to create a very small result, it actually goes through a very complicated and unnecessary process to come at a simple outcome. So that's what Rube Goldberg machine is. And so we wanted to reflect that and embody that in the facade of this building. The biggest difficulty that we had was in terms of architectural material and the materials to be used to actually express this. What should be the best way? So you see that there are pipes, ladders, and there are these different wheels, and like the threads are weaved together, wefts and warp, and we wanted to show that, and we wanted to cover a building with that. So we wanted a new facing to the building. If you look very close, you see like dominoes and you see slides, so quite playful. And this makes architecture and building look more fun and joyful rather than solemn and dull. This is not, I know, realizable. I can't really make something like this in real life. This is based on our imagination. And in order for this to actually happen, for us to really make a building that looked like this, it would be very expensive. You see that this architecture is not fixated, it's not fixed. There's continuous movement, continuous change, really stimulating imagination in the minds of the people. Or maybe, who knows, we may be able to see such building in the future. Through this project, I started to have more interest in the school that I was going to. University, if you think about university, it's not just a place where you learn about a certain academic field. It's actually a place that changes your life. It's a venue where you can engage with other people, to open up new opportunities. And so for us to change these buildings inside our university campuses, there are a lot of conditions, a lot of requirement that has to be dealt with. And because of this project, I now have a newfound interest in urban architecture, and I feel the need to be engaging with the greater community and really try to find as to what it is that humans need going forward and what we as a people would need to make our urban cities more happy. This is our gallery exhibition. So just would like to say I'm greatly thankful to General Director Thomas Heatherwick for giving me this opportunity. Thanks to the members of our community and other experts that we've collaborated with. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. So we said we need to talk, and everyone talked a lot, so we don't really have time for discussion. But let me summarize. While working with the creative communities, it was so inspiring for us too, because these are not communities that came together just for this project. These communities have been doing what they've been doing for a long time, even before they joined the Biennale. 85 creative communities applied to the open call, and we selected the final 9, and it was not easy. It was very difficult. Through the spaces and communities, we are able to talk about the architecture of the city, and I think it will give many good ideas to designers and architects on how they can build a more human city and human buildings in the future. And I will now end our session. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening.
너무
Thank you so much. The presentations were impressive. Sometimes we think that architecture is just a one-side street, one-way street. But if we design by communicating with the communities, I thought that that would be a good idea. And through the presentations today, I got a lot of ideas on how to do this. We were able to hear from up close what our citizens and communities want. Let's give the speakers and our host for this session another warm round of applause. Let's move on to our next presentation. Our next presentation is also very interesting because we are going to present the latest research on the attitude that citizens of Seoul have toward buildings in Seoul, and we also have a Q&A session after the presentation. I'd like to introduce our speaker. Our Humanize Global Campaign lead, Abigail Scott Paul, will be doing the presentation, and Professor Baek Jin from Seoul National University will be hosting the Q&A. Abigail, I give you the floor.
대중은 무관심하다라는 통념에 도전하는 새로운 연구에 대해서 또 들어보실 수 있을 것 같은데요.
She challenges the notion that people are oblivious to the buildings that surround us. So let's delve into the topic, please.
안녕하세요. Did I say that okay? My name is Abigail. Now, I'm not an architect, I'm not a developer, I'm not an academic, and I'm definitely not a politician. I'm actually a linguist, and somehow I've ended up in this room, and I'm not really sure quite how. But I suppose the point I'm trying to make is that I'm someone in this room that maybe most represents the public. I'm also the global head of the Humanize campaign, a campaign designed to boost the public conversation about the importance of buildings to our lives. And our aim is to shine a light on what people think and feel about the buildings which line their streets and communities, and to relay this to the people with the power to make the changes needed. And there is an assumption, and Thomas talked about this morning, in this industry that the public just don't get buildings, they just don't understand building design or architecture. But today, I'm going to share with you brand new research that rejects the idea that they are oblivious to the problem of bland, soulless buildings. But before we get into it, I thought I'd share a little walk I do when I'm in the studio in London. And like all of you, or many of you in the room, I'm sure, want to get out and try and explore the city when you can get a bit of a break from the screen. And I'm very lucky I have a boss who encourages us to take a lunch hour. And this is the route I take to go to buy my lunch. And it's not the most direct route I could take to that Italian cafe where I get my salad, but I deliberately choose it because of the way it makes me feel. None of us needs to be a design or architectural expert to notice and experience the buildings on our streets. All of us intuitively know the buildings that make us feel good and those that don't. I know the buildings that lift me up and the ones that make me a bit sad and maybe a bit angry as well. And in the UK, it seems that I'm not on my own. Research that we've done has shown that 3 in 4 people say buildings impact how they feel. The public, people like me, are very much aware of the link between boring, sad, soulless buildings and their emotions. They're not oblivious at all. But what about here in South Korea? The Seoul Biennale has given us a perfect opportunity to ask people what they currently think and feel about buildings that form the backdrop to their lives or your lives. Over the past few months, we've worked with a research agency, Thinks Insight, and a Seoul-based research agency, Orange Intelligence, to really try and understand people's attitudes towards buildings. We were also very proud to work alongside Seoul National University. I'm sorry about your buildings. And my thanks goes to Professor Beck, who acted as our research advisor. And today we're revealing these research results for the first time. But before we dig into the numbers, I wanted to share our methodology. We took a mixed methods approach to the analysis and conducted both quantitative and qualitative surveys. We ran a survey of 1,000 people exploring their attitudes towards buildings in general and buildings in their neighbourhoods. We showed them images of Seoul and asked them to record their reactions. We also asked them to talk about their hopes for the city. And to give us a bit more of a deeper understanding, we actually also ran an online community poll with 11 people who we spoke to about the particular buildings that they engage with, and we ran a mix of discussion topics, asking participants to share buildings that make them feel something. And like Rebecca talked about yesterday, we showed them examples and asked for their responses through emojis or imagining those buildings as people even. Who would they be? And we then spent time with these people walking through the city and filming them and watching them how they react in the city. Now, this research is really representative of the population of Seoul. We set quotas for age and gender and ensured we had people who lived in all districts across the city, who lived in different home types and had spent different amounts of time living in Seoul. All this is to say that it's a really robust study and a really accurate and up-to-date picture of what people living in Seoul, what people like you think and feel about buildings in this city. And our headline finding is that a whopping 90% of people in Seoul say that the way buildings look impact how they feel. This is an issue that impacts almost everyone in the city. And we were really surprised to see that this figure is higher than the UK figure I talked about earlier. So the last thing people are is oblivious to the buildings that surround them. The research also showed that people in Seoul can intuitively identify interesting and boring buildings, and there is a clear dislike for the current design of apartment buildings here. An incredible 97% describe them negatively. They are considered to be boring and soulless and evoke strong negative reactions. And to dig into this a bit more, I wanted to include some of the comments we had. Now, for those non-Korean speakers in the room, allow me to translate because I am a linguist. This first resident said, "The 5-story building stretching hundreds of meters feels like a wall of the city. Every time you pass it by it can feel suffocating." And this second comment, "Some may feel it's good because various infrastructures are concentrated there, but from a viewer's perspective, it feels overwhelming and suffocating. It somewhat resembles a prison, hardly a building that seems to have been built with human living in mind." Now let's just pause and think about that. Imagine feeling suffocated in the city where you live. Feeling suffocated when you're outside in the open. Feeling suffocated when you're trying to go about your daily business, going to work or supporting your family. None of us want to feel like that. And interestingly, the apartment complex is the one building type in the city that the public would rather see demolished than repaired and restored. Given a choice on development, there is a clear preference for adaptation in Seoul, with buildings like museums, schools, office blocks. Apartment buildings are the only exception. Over 2/3 of people want to see them demolished rather than rebuilt. And we've talked a lot about adaptation and reuse this morning. Now, there could be a range of reasons for this. There may be commercial benefit to demolishing buildings for residents and building newer, bigger ones. But the survey of 1,000 people did include 400 people who didn't live in apartment complexes. So combined with this insight, with the insight that 97% of people view these negatively, it's clear that there's not much love for Seoul's apartment buildings. So what did our research tell us about what people of Seoul hope for the future? Well, let's listen to some views.
미래의 건축물들이 하나하나 더 개성있었으면 좋겠습니다. 그 개성이란 것이 꼭 특이한 외관 디자인을 말하는 것이 아니라 사람이 다 다르듯이 건축물도 획일화된 게 아니라 하나하나가 다 달랐으면 좋겠습니다. 그래서 이 개성 있는 건축물이 있는 동네에 가면은 많은 사람들이 그 경관으로서 하나의 즐길거리가 될 수 있다고 생각을 해서 그 동네에 활기도 불어넣고 좀 지역이 활성화되지 않을까 이런 생각을 가지고 있습니다.
예, 사실은 여태까지 이런 아파트 건물들이 꽤 많았는데 뭔가 이제 아파트도 단순하게 사람들이 거주하는 어떤 그런 공간성이 또 있겠지만 공간을 좀 넘어서서 사람들과 사람들이 같이 공유할 수 있는 어떤 커뮤니티적인, 즉 그래서 소통도 하고 또 그 안에서 뭔가 자신의 삶에 대한 어떤 퀄리티를 좀 올릴 수 있는, 그러면서도 더 자기 스스로가 삶에 대한 어떤 부분도 좀 느낄 수 있는 그러한 좀 다채로운 공간이 되었으면 좋겠어요.
So you see there that people gave really careful and thoughtful answers to our questions. And you can see they're really able to express clearly a direct link between the outsides of buildings and their quality of life. More proof again that the public are not oblivious. We also explored people's emotional connections to buildings in their neighbourhoods, and specifically asked about whether people currently felt valued or cared for by the state of the buildings in their community, whether they felt those buildings provided character, and finally, whether they felt proud of where they lived. We then asked how would they like buildings to make them feel in the future. And you can see across all three measures, nearly 70% of people want to feel more valued and cared for, more character and more pride due to the buildings that are in their community. That's what they want to feel. They want to feel like they like and are proud of where they live. So there's a real gap between what people have been served and what they hope for in the future. They maybe want less of this and a bit more like this, buildings like socio-architects. The research showed that people don't necessarily want to go back either to the architecture of the past. The blend of traditional and modern in this city is a really loved feature. It's possible to have interesting and joyful modern buildings, and the public do respond positively to them. So the public in Seoul are not oblivious to the problem of boring, joyless buildings. In fact, 48% of people want to do something about it. So I hope I've shown that both in the UK and here in Seoul, two very different countries, two very different geographic contexts, two very different histories and cultural identities, there's a common thread. People are fed up with boring, soulless, suffocating development. They want something different. Now, what can we do with this insight? Does it really matter what the public think? Can it lead to any real change? Well, I love this quote from George Eliot from 1866. "The greatest power under heaven is public opinion, the ruling belief in society about what is right and what is wrong, what is honourable and what is shameful. That's the steam that is to work the engines." So it really does encapsulate the importance of public opinion in helping drive change, in helping society and also industry to progress. Now, some of you may know that in the UK we like to complain a bit. Well, here we do see examples in the UK of where people are using their voices to fight to save the buildings they love. And I'm sure Richard's maybe been involved in some of these fights. But when buildings that are loved, like the ones we've heard about this morning, buildings that hold meaning to people, when they're threatened with demolition, people do come out on the streets. We do see them protesting. So people are mobilizing in different ways. And here in South Korea, there's a hugely proud tradition of protest. And in fact, 2 days ago, just outside here, I saw hundreds of people being very noisy and holding up fans, not this one, but similar ones, and they were protesting for a fair wage. And that's another campaign in the UK that we've had, a living wage, where people have gone out and demanded change from employers. They wanted higher wages to meet the costs of living, the rising costs of living. There are movements like the climate movement that Thomas talked about yesterday. And here in Korea, the recycling movement and anti-smoking movement are examples of where people are coalescing together and starting to use their voices to campaign for change. And people can drive change. So this is what the Humanize campaign is all about. We are putting people's voices at the heart of the debate about buildings in our cities and turning up the volume on the conversation for the need for more human buildings. Because as Dr. Upali Nanda said yesterday, where you live matters. But we're having fun with the campaign. We're taking the campaign to the streets, but also here to the beach. These are photos of us campaigning earlier in the summer in a town in the north of England, a little town called Morecambe. And I know not many of you will know this place. But it used to be a very proud Victorian seaside town, and the streets are littered with beautiful buildings that tell a story about that place. It's the kind of place you used to go to as a family, maybe in the 50s and 60s. The kind of place where you go to today to get an ice cream on the odd day it's sunny in the UK. We wanted to provoke a conversation with people who don't normally get asked about their views on the type of development and regeneration that's happening around them. We deliberately went to a place outside of London. And to start the conversation, we built a city of bland castles rather than sand castles, and invited beachgoers to have their say. And when people stopped by to see what was happening, when we started talking to them about what these weird, large, bland-looking sandcastles were, people immediately got the issue that we were talking about, and they opened up. They were given an opportunity to express their view. When it comes to the design of buildings, for too long, people have just been left out of the conversation. And it's really easy to distance ourselves from the word, the public. I don't actually like it. I think it's really othering. I'm going to quote Upali again, another thing she said yesterday, we neglect our personal lives in our professional lives. The public are not just an anonymous block of people. They're people like you, like me, trying to go about our daily lives, trying to make a difference in our family, for our family and for our community. They're nurses, they're teachers, they're social workers, as well as the lawyers, doctors, and politicians. Don't we all deserve buildings that make us feel valued? And as I hope I've shown, we aren't oblivious to the issue. In fact, we care deeply. So our campaign is trying to involve people worldwide in this conversation, and you can see, we had this little tiny town in Morecambe went global with the coverage we got for what we did. So what can we do to voice, make our opinions and feelings known? Well, first of all, we're asking everybody to really just stop and notice. So maybe on your next lunch break, you go out into Seoul and you look and think about the route you take to get your sandwich or your bibimbap, and really notice the buildings around you. Secondly, we need to talk, and Thomas talked yesterday about joyfully shouting. We need to talk to our family, friends, our colleagues, or it might be a community group. We've had some amazing examples today of the engagement programs that have been run throughout the Biennale. Then finally, we need to find ways to make our voices heard that can really drive change. So we need to use opportunities there are to share our thoughts and feelings, and it could be through community engagement activity, like some of the artistic work we've heard today, or it might be in a planning decision where there's a community engagement process. But I actually was thinking, and I haven't run this past anyone, so I don't know if I'm going to be told off for this, but perhaps we could use these fans at the end of the Biennale, after everybody has participated and seen what we're trying to do, and maybe have a sit-in outside the Humanize wall to show how many people in this city care about buildings and want something different. By using all of our voices, we can really move this issue from the sidelines into the mainstream so that we're not ignored by some of the politicians or by the industry. And South Korea does this. I noticed when I saw the protest the other day, you shout joyfully, but also loudly. So I think if we all got together, we can make a really loud protest. So we are all impacted by the buildings on our streets. And the research shows that the majority want something better. Here in Seoul, we're inviting people to be a part of that conversation, and I cannot wait to get out and see and hear what people are talking about tomorrow, but I will need a translator with me. And over the course of these 2 days, we've heard the really robust science that there is. We know we've got the public on board, and we have the design, skill, tools, and amazing technology. It might be ancient technology like we've heard from this morning, to really make a difference. So what is stopping us? Hopefully in this room, with this new insight, we can forge a commitment to meeting public demand in Seoul for more joyful and engaging buildings, because all of us need more human buildings. Now, the research I've shared is available, and we have a campaign website, and we've set up a special landing page, which is in Korean. So I really hope the people, talk to your family and friends, join our campaign for change, because together we can be a much louder voice for change. Kamsa Hamnida. My name is Abigail Scott-Paul. Thank you.
네. 발표 정말 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Abigail. So Abigail, please take a seat on the sofa. So we go right into inviting Professor Jin Beck of SNU. He will be moderating this Q&A session. So please welcome Professor Beck. Yes, good afternoon. I am Jin Beck from SNU. I understand that we have about 15 minutes given to us. I will just briefly share with you my reflections for about 5 minutes on what Abigail has presented, and in the remainder of time, I will be asking certain questions. I don't know what your take is of this research, but I felt that the research outcome was very much encouraging. I don't remember the specific figure, but I think about 76% of people said that how the buildings are designed from the street level, that they had quite a bit of interest in how the buildings looked. And about 48% of people had said that in the future they would want to see a nicer looking building. If they had an opportunity to voice their views, that they would actively participate and engage so that they could share their thoughts on how a building should look. So since 1960s, as you know, Korean people have really focused on efficiency, development, fast growth. It was kind of cold, it was compact, and the growth and development was happened in a very short period of time. We wanted to make our society very modern. And in that process, we forgot to take care of one thing, which is that we lost our face. We lost the facade. Our buildings lost their face. The cities lost their face. And if you don't have a face, then you lose an expression. There is no expression. So this is an urban city without expression, without its face, without the facade. Since the 1960s, for about 60 years, because we were so focused on efficiency, we overlooked the importance of our face, the expression. And in communication, the basic foundation is that person's expression. When you meet someone for the first time, the first thing you encounter is what? Their face and their expression, not what they're saying. When I go to another country, even though I don't speak their language, as long as that person is not a con man, as long as that person has a big smile on their face, and then I know that this person is empathetic, that this person has warmth. Maybe I don't know whether this person wants to give me an apple or what, but I know that this person engages with me positively by just looking at that person's facial expression. So someone's face could make me feel sad, and I could know whether I'm welcomed or I'm not welcomed by looking at someone's face. But in this urban architecture, we've lost that expression. We've lost that face, which is quite sad. We have a lot of K something, K this, K that, and one of that is K beauty. Now, a lot of people speak for K beauty, and I think one of the things that Korea can boast of is Korean cosmetics. And do you know where this word cosmetics comes from? It comes from cosmos. Cosmos is an order of cosmic order. Where does order come from? It comes from chaos. So every morning you wake up and you look all messy. Your hair is everywhere. You don't smell nice. But what do? We wash our face. We take a shower. We comb our hair. We put makeup on. So we then come out to the public space. So in the public space, order is important. Now, because we are a nation of K-beauty, when we go outside, when we enter a public space, what should be our demeanor be? What should be our attitude be? We're very good at that. But then if we bring that to the scale of an urban city, we're not there yet because we've been so obsessed with efficiency. We were just focused on making our buildings efficient inside. We consider it as a product, we consider it as a manufactured good, but we really forgot the fact that buildings themselves also need to have a face, that buildings have an expression to them. But we once again want to emphasize that we are a nation of K-beauty. We know how important that aspect is. So if we now have a new focus, I'm sure that we can come up with the buildings that are welcoming to others, the facade of buildings that will welcome different types of people into the city. So in that aspect, I believe that this research is meaningful because we conducted this survey against the citizens of the city, and we were able to see that people had this affection, this love for the buildings and architecture, and they had hope, aspiration, that going forward they will see buildings with better facade. And they also said that they would commit themselves to speak out, to say what it is that they want from the faces of the buildings. So I have a couple of questions.
The first one is, With regard to the word humanize, we have talked a lot about humanize today. The meaning of humanize, I'm wondering what it is exactly. For example, today we criticized apartment buildings, which is where most of the residents in Seoul live today. And what did we say about apartments? Some citizens said they wanted to demolish the apartments, not even renovate them. How can we humanize the apartments in this context? And to be a bit more abstract, humanize is a very attractive word, but what is humanize? What should we do to be something that is humanize?
Great questions. I think for us in the campaign, we are trying to really demonstrate that something that is innate, a building that's made of material that doesn't literally speak to us, really matters to human beings. And we're trying to do that through the research that we're doing, we're talking to people, and we're also involving the industry in the conversation and trying to come up with different solutions. So for me, and reflecting on what you said this morning, it's almost about rehumanizing our towns and cities, because I think we do have the knowledge and the insight. And we do see next door to our studio in London, there is a really sad block of council flats. And you see sometimes the residents drawing graffiti on it. They're trying to find a way of using, temporary measures of painting or murals to make those places a bit nicer, a bit less boring, a bit less sad. So, and I think artists hold the key as well, because the work we've heard today, I'm so excited and I can't wait to go and see more of it. But they're able to work with those communities to draw out the voices, draw out the stories of what buildings mean to people and place, and being able to interpret that in a way that tells a different narrative. And Thomas talked this morning about building stories. We need to build more new stories about buildings and the importance in our lives.
What about your views of the apartment complexes of Korea? How can apartments be more humanized? What's your view, Abigail?
I feel a bit unqualified to answer that question. And I've only been in Seoul for 72 hours, so I don't want to appear that I've got all the answers. But I think it's about listening. We've talked a lot about the need to talk and shout joyfully, but we also need to listen. And by understanding each other, and I hope this research can really start to seed new ways of seeing the world and how people are really impacted in the minds of those developers. And we've had some developers, and we've got developers in the room today, but also the politicians as well. Because we need to create the conditions in which politicians and developers have to act, because it's no longer socially acceptable to have unhealthy buildings that drag people down. What you do with those apartment buildings, I don't know, maybe there are a few designers in the room that can maybe have some solutions, but I do know design has a superpower. And more, designers can solve really complex problems. So I think that's a question for designers, really.
제가 아파트를 어떻게 바꾸는가 하는 거는 쉬운 문제가 아니기 때문에 알고 있지만 한번 이렇게 조금 티징하는 차원에서 여쭤보았습니다.
I was actually teasing you with this question because I know that changing apartment complexes is not easy. You said that on Oxford Street there's a building. What city was this?
그런 어떤 건물에 대해서
that residents went out on the streets to protect the buildings that they loved, and that there were active demonstrations, and I was very impressed by that. In our case, We had people out on the street to reduce the use of plastic, and we have many young people who demonstrated for the environment. But until now, we don't see that many demonstrators coming out on the street for architecture or buildings in the urban environment. And since the UK is slightly more advanced than we are, with regard to buildings and architecture, for voices to be raised, what do you think we need to do to be able to raise our voice?
I think there's a variety of tools and techniques that you can use. I mean, social media, some of the research that I didn't talk about, we talked about how would you make your voice known, and a lot of people were keen on using social media, and obviously it's a very digital culture here, so that could be, you know, finding an online community, and hopefully through Humanize, our channels, we'd be able to connect people up. So globally we have this online community that are talking about it in online spaces, but it's also kind of finding partners that can tell the message for us as well. And I would urge anybody in this room who wants to join us on this journey and help spread this message to come and be a part of this movement. And maybe partners that have a reach into the public that we don't. You know, it might be a car manufacturer, for example, or it might be a Marks and Spencer. Maybe we could get them to rethink how they use their building, because the story about that Marks and Spencer building is a sad one. The protesters came out, there was a huge public backlash, but unfortunately the government have given the go-ahead for that building to be demolished. So in any social change campaign, despite how much campaigning you do need people, the politicians or the people with money to make the right decision, and sometimes that doesn't happen. But you need to keep going. So we need to build alliances, partnerships, and join forces, and that's why we're so excited to be here in Seoul. And it does feel like, you know, like you were saying, K-beauty's gone mainstream. Well, could K-Humanize go mainstream through Seoul?
K-Humanize 굉장히 좋은.
Yes, I love that phrase, K-Humanize. I really like that. Now, what about global network? I think what we could do is we could really build a global network so that we could spread Humanize campaign in different individual countries, because each of the countries has different level of development when it comes to civil society or civic society. And for certain countries without that capability to really implement the Humanize program may not be very easy. So if we build a global network and really push Humanize campaign, then I think that will be for the benefit of all. Now, for Humanize campaign going forward in further developing this initiative, are there any improvements that needs to be made? Anything that you believe it needs to be further improved in terms of Humanize work?
Well, we want to cut through. I don't know if that translates in the same way in this country, but in the world there are a lot of issues. We're up against some really difficult, challenging times globally, geopolitics, socioeconomic issues, and we have to get better at telling the story. And we started by talking about storytelling. We've heard some brilliant stories here, and that's where we can work with others to help tell this story, work with creatives, work with artists to tell the story, work with the media. I know there's some media here to be able to tell that story, because until we grow this conversation, it will be drowned out. But I'm really convinced that events like the Seoul Biennale and what is happening in the park and across the road and in the communities, that starts to build a really strong story that is really hard to cut down. You know, you can't dismiss when you see people react and voice, like in the film, the people they're voicing. We didn't give them a script. That's their unprompted words. So we need to do more of it, and we need to, you know, kind of maintain momentum, grow like a snowball, and that's what we hope we can do. And so hopefully this Biennale will influence other Biennales, or developers that have been here will influence within their own practice. So it's bit by bit, by working together and collaborating, we can drive this change, I think.
I have many questions, but there are probably also many questions from the floor. But because we don't have much time, I think I need to close this session. I will say something, but Abigail, would you like to say some final comments after me? I would like to thank Abigail for sharing the research results, and I think the research results were very positive. I'm not sure you know this story, but when the enemy enters into the city will be destroyed, and in order to save the city from being destroyed by the enemy, there's a good way to do it. If you make the buildings beautiful, then the enemy will not destroy it. Leon Battista Alberti said this in the 15th century. If you build something that is beautiful, it will last forever, and the instinctive need to destroy the building from the enemy will not be put in practice. But we don't want buildings to be just beautiful superficially. We need something that we can care for. And even if I own the building, I'm not its sole owner. It's my family that's using it. My future generations will be using it. So I need to preserve and protect the building for others and future generations. The Humanize campaign has come to Korea through the Biennale, and through Humanize, we have realized that we have been building cold, efficient buildings until now, and that we need to change in order to build more sustainable buildings that we can care and love. And I think it is a very important message that has been given to us. Would you like to make some final comments?
Thank you. I suppose it's a challenge to everyone in this room. You know, I think we wouldn't be in this room if we didn't agree there was an issue and that we could do something about it. So maybe we can find the right networks and talk to our friends and family. And is there a world where we can use that fan and make a protest here in Seoul that the rest of the world can see that can really boost this public conversation? So I'm around if you want to talk to me about how we make that happen. Pally Pally, let's go.
감사합니다.
That was a very interesting session. I go around Korea looking at different buildings, and people who live outside of the capital are happy, and yet people always move towards the capital, Seoul. And I was surprised by that, because living in the capital city, Seoul, doesn't make us happier. We come to Seoul, but we are more lonely when we are here. We're not all gathered here to live more lonely lives. And I think to these questions, I have somewhat found an answer in what has been presented. And through this research, we were able to change our perspective, and we were able to see the different ways in which we can analyze the data through this research outcome. Once again, let's give Abigail Scott and Professor Baek Jin another round of applause for their very interesting session. Now we are going to listen to some other creative communities, and they will be presenting their projects to us. We are going to listen to their work and what they have done. You want to hear them, right? Thank you. And their presentations will enable us to think about what we need to do in the future together. This time, I would like to invite the person who will be hosting this session. It's somebody I greatly like. It's from Heatherwick Studios.
그리고 나오시는 동안
Strategic Communication Director Matt Bell.
커뮤니티 이야기.
And I'd like to invite our creative communities from Boda Architects, Song Melody, Urban Table producer Nileshi Kumar and Kim Mina, from MS2, Lee Hyuk-young, and from OO Architecture, Lee Moonju, from Chalchal Agency, Sebastian Trujillo Torres, and Kruti Shah. Please come up on stage. Let's give them a big hand.
Great. Lovely to be here. Before we get going, I want everybody to stand up. It's the middle of the afternoon. All stand up for me. Because I need to get some energy back in the room. And so I want you to get your hands. And once you've got the blood flowing, I want you to turn to somebody next to you who you haven't spoken to and tell them the most important thing you've heard at this conference today. Just find somebody and tell them the most important thing that you've heard. Go and speak to each other. You've got 1 minute. Great, okay, that's enough conversation. Now sit down. I just wanted to get some energy back in the room. So, before we hear from these three amazing projects, I just want to make one point, and this is about how do you change society? Because I think you've all come here today on a Sunday afternoon because you're change makers. Otherwise, you would have stayed at home and watched a film. Huh? But you've come here because you want to try and change society. And at a very basic level, society changes in the same way everywhere on every issue. It always starts with the public. And then it goes to people in government and industry. And then it goes back to the public. And any issue changes the same way. You have to begin with public demand. Because unless there's public demand, the people with the power and money, government and industry, they don't listen. But it doesn't stop there. It needs to go back to the public where we start making different choices and decisions. So that theory of change is what the Biennale is all about. It's about starting the public conversation, getting the demand going, and then taking it slowly into government and to the industry. And then it needs to come back to you to actually start making different decisions and choices. So think about that as a theory of change, that we're doing public, getting the conversation going, so the people with power and money, they listen, and then you need to take responsibility again and make different choices. And the projects we've got here are part of 9 amazing creative community projects. They're all in stage 1. Yeah? These are about getting people involved. It's about mass citizen participation. And it's interesting, sometimes people have a way, when they get into these conversations, they say, oh, there's experts, and then there's communities. And I really hate that. Yeah? All of these people have a PhD. Yeah? It's a PhD in mass citizen participation. Yeah? Because they are experts just like any other field. So we're about to hear 3 projects run by 3 sets of amazing experts who've done incredible work, which is beginning to change the society and the buildings which surround us all. So we're going to begin, I think, with walking drawing, yeah? So this is a lovely, exciting project. Can I invite you to come forward? Come off your seats. And give them a big round of applause. Over to you guys.
Hello everyone, we are walking drawing team. My name is Moonju. Here is Sebastian and Kruti. And also we brought our other member of our team, Seoul Jige. So we're going to start our presentation. We call our project Walking Drawing. So the walking drawing begins with designing a mobile drawing device to help participants to express their emotions as they walk through the specific area of Seoul. The device was inspired by jjigae. Jjigae is a traditional wooden frame used in rural Korea to carry load. The jjigae represents everyday labor and resilience. By reimagining the jjigae, this mobile drawing device allows participants to draw and visualize emotion while moving through the city. To be carried on the go and or in situ. We call this device Seoul Jjigae. Seoul Jjigae is designed specifically for Seoul, comprising the following components: drawing surface, route map, pair cards, and paper scroll, and other the drawing tools any participant can bring. We select 6 sites throughout the city and design routes to experience diverse urban environment for walking and drawing. First is Jongno, including Pimakgol, Insadong, Songyeon Open Plaza. Second is Guro, and third is Eunpyeong, and fourth is Gangnam, surrounding the Seonjeongneung and Yeouido and Dongdaemun, including Changsindong and Ely Market. Seoul Share and Frame are participating communities, and Igi Lee and Sunny Kim here and Ju Gang-seon helped the process. This process started with one question: what makes the skin or facade of building beautiful? Each participant then choose a pairing card and find match of other community, and observe and reflect together, discuss what to draw, and draw or write. And then leave the few lines visible, and they scroll the drawing up for next person.
So we began the walk by sharing what the participants could expect. Sunny from Seoul Show, who's out in the audience, guided us through the route, telling us stories, histories of each of the neighborhood. As we moved between pit stops, conversations started. The walks became a way to share thoughts about the city, its spaces, and how we feel about them. Along the way, participants, especially members from Frame, photographed the different facades, each from their own perspective. We also carried the jjigae, taking turns to draw on its scroll at each stop and wherever something that caught our eyes. The jjigae became a place to sketch, write, or imagine. These walks were not just about moving through the city. They were about looking closer, speaking together, and creating a shared drawing of Seoul. At first, many participants were shy to draw, as most of us can be, to express themselves, but we encouraged them to use different methods that they felt comfortable with, whether it was sketching, writing, or even making just simple marks. Children often approached the jjigae with a lot of excitement, asking if they could draw too. Their spontaneity gave the adults the confidence to join in as well. Members from both the groups supported each other, turning the scroll into a space for shared expression. The drawings captured many playful characters, textures, and materials of the facades, even critical reflections sparked by our stop at the Parliament precinct. They also reflected the layered encounters of the walks, the street scenes, parks, traditional architecture, and shifting landscapes. Even passerbys, curious about the jigay, contributed through their thoughts, leaving behind a trace of their own voices. At the end of each walk, we gathered for an hour workshop, a moment to pause and reflect on what we had just experienced. Participants received a set of prompts to guide their thoughts, questions like what would facades designed by children look like? What makes a facade feel alive or lifeless? The process began with drawing, but soon turned into conversations. One proposal imagined facades with playful windows, almost making the building look like a face. The workshops became a space not only to draw, but to listen, to imagine, and to dream together. Now we can also hear some of the participants talk about what they were drawing in the workshop themselves.
To see some cities are really full of texture, green, and people.
Walking by a coffee shop, and if I walked by a coffee shop that looked like this, it had purple windows in it, I would definitely go in there, because that's science. Color is science.
All right. So all of these sessions eventually resulted in a facade typology that we call the grand walking drawing. An idea that resonated with us was to rethink superimposed facade surfaces as clothing for a building as they function similarly to the human body, drawing from the traditional Korean white fabric attire. This was translated into a dynamic set of fabric-like elements working as blinds, semi-transparent ceilings, or veils that could wrap around and layer existing surfaces. On these fabric-like elements, we began to collage and superimpose the drawings from our participatory processes in different degrees of transparency. As a way to push forward the concept of these surfaces as a growing participatory archive, we similarly added components as levers and pulleys that would allow people to shift and modulate these superimpositions. This included plungers that could be moved by occupants, and together, these details made the skin of the street into a sort of theater that would activate, change, and be shaped by the movement of its actors. This imagined second layer over a hypothetical building would also create a new in-between set of public spaces, open for people to appropriate and activate. This potential facade then cannot be understood as a flat addition, but as a fundamentally public and layered element, to be actively sensed, collectively sensed, inhabited, and experienced by virtue of diverse materials. While the ground floor was envisioned as a stage for the passerby, featuring a plethora of public objects like adjustable benches and small niches for people to occupy, the second floor became this semi-public space where residents could gather and encounter others, ascertain the life on the street, and engage with the different dynamic facade elements. And finally, the roof was similarly extended as an open stage, as an open space for different quality for people to converge. For us, this work became the beginning of exploration into the potential facades, the potential the facades hold to shape the way we live our cities. And for this, we're deeply grateful for everyone who joined us in the process, particularly many of the community members that are here with us today. So we deeply appreciate your participation and your contributions. Thank you so much. Gamsamida.
A big round of applause. Really, thank you. So you see what I mean about experts. Yeah, a very sophisticated, elegant process. Wonderful project. Thank you very much. So next one is a project called Facadish Labors, and Hyuk-sung's going to talk us through. You can use the mic or the lectern, whatever you feel comfortable with.
Hello.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let me start. 안녕하세요. 저는 이번에 한국말로
I'm
진행을
going
하게
to
됐고요.
speak in Korean. and I'm going to introduce my project. We worked on facade labor, and we worked with the Uchiro community team. And let me introduce my team members. I finished studying in New York, and I worked on metal. And our co-founder, Lee Hae-won, started working with the Uchiro community before me and studied welding and studied metal with the workers on site. And after starting to work with me, we became close, and that's how we started this project. And we were able to start this project from a very fresh perspective. In the case of Lee Hae-won, she approached the Uchiro metal workers very carefully, and I was able to become close to them thanks to Hae-won, and we were able to overcome some of the challenges we face when we want to approach Uchiro, because usually we are a bit intimidated or a bit afraid. In the case of Uchiro, when we give work to the metal workers in Uchiro, there is a specific process that they follow. They receive the objects and they work with laser tools to cut the metal, and they also do some stamping. And we have to work with the workers very closely for the artist to succeed. When we worked on the community project, Bijou Metal really helped us, and I would like to thank this company. And I would also like to thank our metal craftsmen who also helped us a lot for this project. So this is our favorite picture from our project, and we gave the title of Facade labor in English to our project, and we connected two words, facade and ish. So it's kind of a casual way to express what we wanted to say. And if we talk about lab, it's a research center. Laboratory is a research center, and labor is work. When you go to Uchiro, most of the tools are very heavy, and as you can see in the picture, the tools are of many different sizes. We have really small material, we also have gigantic material, very long pipes, and they are used by the metal industry. And from 9 to 9, all the doors are open. And if you don't work in the metal industry, you won't go there. But if you go there, you see that all the doors are open and everybody is working in a very open environment. It's also very dangerous and it's not easy. So that's why we sometimes have some misperceptions. This material is heavy, so we have to handle them with care. And we were able to come up with very interesting geometrical figures through this pattern. And what could we do in order to adapt this to the facade? What kind of elements would be good to use for the facade was our next questions. And when we are given a project, we have to use the different parts. When we build furniture or something on a human scale, and we ask the metal workers to make it for us, then the craftsmen also use the remaining components for their work. And I think this is very important, and we thought that it was very human. For example, on the bottom at left, you see a laser plate, a metal laser plate. And when we give it to the workers, they align it, and getting the good yield is very important. And the pattern has to be beautiful. They have to use a small amount of material so that they can save cost. So in order to create this metal panel, we have to pay a lot of attention. And when the metal becomes a door, it becomes a facade. And it remains in Uchiro, and inside, the Uchiro metal workers are working to create doors like that for the facade. And all of the metal scraps that come out of this work become material, and we wanted to use these materials to create our facade. And as an outcome, this is the first picture, an image that we created. We wanted to show what the working environment looked like for the metal workers in Uchiro, that it was very much alive and that it was a very dynamic environment. And we also wanted to show what was being discarded and put it on the spotlight to show what type of human patterns were circulating around Uchiro. We have to talk about the different workshops. And so when we give the material to the metal workers, it's not just one metal company, metal shop that works on it. Several metal shops work on this material, and then they come out with a scenario. And if you go to our gallery and the video that is shown there, they show us how the different metal shops work together to prepare this metal. Everything was archived, and we selected the drawings from the different shops, and we modeled it to put it in the drawing. And if you see the sketch, in the video, we have one folding screen, and we show how the sketch on the folding screen was made. We wondered how our project would be hanging on the Humanize wall and how it would be perceived by the visitors. When we go inside Songyang Plaza with a car, then we see the huge Humanize wall, and if we are interested, we go closer and we can read things on a one-on-one scale. And so if it was printed at a building scale or an eye level one-on-one scale, we wondered how it could be read, and we distributed our images according to this. And when we draw, the drawing that we draw in A3 format, sometimes we may not be able to see it if we expand it. So when visitors look at this from the Humanize wall, we wanted people to be able to see it vividly. So we printed it on a one-on-one scale and also on a Humanize scale, and I think that would be very interesting. And as I said before, we have also sculptures that come out with the drawings that we do, and all the installations that we have made for this community project, they will be exhibited in a park in Seoul, so I invite you to go and see. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Melody, Minash and Mina, you can do it from here or up there, as you'd like. Please. And while they're moving, what I love about the different projects we've got, some of them are about a community of place. So that one was working in Yuljiro, so a really specific neighborhood. Some are about a community of interest, people with a shared passion. And this is a community of interest. So Melody, over to you.
Thanks, Matt. My name is Melody Song, architect at Poda, with my colleagues from Urban Table, Meena Kim and Nilesh Kumar. We've produced 2 works for the community project, a visualization of what Seoul citizens want to see on building facades, and a film showcasing lived experiences. So our biggest takeaway was speaking with 100 Seoul citizens over the past 4 months, ranging from musicians to butchers, children to grandmothers, to surprising insight. And our mission across these 2 projects stems from Hannah Arendt's quote on the screen on living together in the world, and our original installation proposal. Hannah Arendt essentially notes that our common ground in society is like our physical infrastructure. Extrapolating from this, we believe in the power of urban infrastructure in shaping our conception of society. We believe that a physical world of many visible hands and stories, rather than a monolithic narrative, emboldens us to take action on how we can live together. So, going forward, if facades have public responsibility, what would you like to see see on it, and have it serve? Was the question we asked to Seoul creatives in our Humanize wall workshops. Each participant also, in addition to ideating together, made durable porcelain tiles, which was integrated in the final visualization. We had really amazing ideas ranging from solar-powered USB plugs, Minari racks, a nook for green respite, a stress screen box, to green and blue buildings that ease on the eyes. When we acknowledge the public nature of facades and ask people what they really want, many joyful and empowering possibilities can be realized with policy and government incentivization. While the wall focused on imagination, our film project focuses on the lived experience of Soulites. So I'll pass the mic to Mina.
네, 저희 팀은 이번 프로젝트
Yes, our team brought together the architectural element and the community content aspect. In 2024, there was a population census in Korea, and what they did was they selected Mapo district as where the living satisfaction was the highest, and Tobong district was selected as a place where a sense of belonging was the highest. So against 50 people living in Seoul, what they did was, so based on that information, we came up with the film under the title of Is Your Neighborhood Serving Your Soul? Now, through this project, the interesting that we were able to discover was that the emotional keyword that each of the residents actually communicated. At Mapo district, the emotional keyword was safety, comfort, and satisfaction with the natural environment, but there was isolation and frustration. At Tobong district, where the sense of belonging was the highest, just felt like hometown, thanking for the development, but concern for safety and concern for suffocating. So all of these content, based upon that, we actually went to those districts and we were able to actually experience the community network and the emotional keywords that we were unable to understand from just the statistics and data. So we went there, we experienced ourselves, and to make a city more humanized, then all of the elements should be the combination of the voices of the people listening to what they have to say. We felt that that should be the priority, and we wanted to show that through the film, the video that we took.
Urban Table is we're a group of people, as you saw in the previous slide, and we're from various countries. We've lived in several countries, and we all had our preconceptions of architecture in Seoul, being somewhat bland, being somewhat soulless. And so really being out in these two neighborhoods and interviewing people, meeting the residents, really changed our reality from listening to them, from going deeper by hearing their perspectives. So we made a film each of the two neighborhoods, interviewing the residents. This is a short 60-second trailer to give you an insight. So with any organism, the macro and the micro coexist. Therefore, the film if you have time to watch it later, is divided into three. It has three structures. We have high drone shots, where we try to see and understand the neighborhood in its context, what is surrounding the neighborhood. Secondly, we have medium shots to try to understand the street areas, like how the streets are positioned, intersections. And finally, we have low shots, where we can see in more detail what the architecture is like, what the facades are like, and as well as interviewing residents themselves. So these are the three structures to try to combine the macro and the micro, meeting them too. So with the first area, Mapogu, we found that it has a lot of facilities. It's a commercial residential mix. Almost everything that people need are there. But the residents also reported a sense of isolation. In the second area, called Dobongu, there was a strong sense of community, which we found was attributed more to economic circumstances rather than the physical environment. So if you'd like to hear and see the input from the residents, you can view the two films either at the Our Gallery or on our website, which is urbantable.city. So we intend to continue this research, see how we can bridge residents' voices with city planning and architecture. So thank you very much from Urban Table.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Fantastic. So I have huge admiration for the work of these three projects, and only two questions. So we're going to ask them to the whole group. What you've done is quite exceptional. My question is, how do we make the work that you do normal? How do we go from having 9 projects, which are bringing such inspiration to us all, to having 90 or 900 or 9,000? What needs to change to make the kind of work that you do normal way of how our society operates? Does anybody want to jump in? Or else? Melody, do you want to try, or Kruti? Up to you. Jump in.
Okay, can I go Korean? Okay. 제가 생각하기에는
I think the 9 creative community teams have been working on our individual projects, but we cannot do this alone. If in the future we want to have a big impact, we have to do it with all the citizens, with their participation, and we also need the participation of SMG and other public institutions. Ultimately, we have to all move together for this to work. We started with the communities, but for us to have a bigger impact, we cannot do it alone. That's my thought. And so I hope that all of you will join us, continue to talk with us so that we can do it.
You want to add anything too?
Yeah, as an architect, we rarely have the opportunity to engage with 100 citizens and ask them what they want. So this Biennale was a wonderful opportunity for us to do so. Definitely having much more public events like this, having governmental support, having a focal ground like your Humanize website, I think, where we can kind of gather our efforts will definitely help. It was very insightful for us because, we're usually so busy about making something rather than listening.
Yeah, also to add on to that, often I think people kind of get scared or confused, like how do we bridge government and the public? What are the steps? Because it's seemingly such a big gap, right? But living in Seoul, there are quite a few steps in between. We have the national government. Below that, we have the Seoul government, for example, for Seoul. And below Seoul, there are so many districts. Each district has its own management. Within the district, each neighborhood has its own management as well. So these are ways that voices, instructions, movement can take place between the different levels to make it more efficient and seamless as well.
By working on this project, we were able to hear the voices of the community, and that was great. And when I read the Seoul survey, I just saw the numbers and the statistics, so I didn't get the feel for the sense of belonging and the emotions because I only looked at the numbers, so I wasn't really able to understand and see the whole picture. But thanks to the creative community projects, it's short, but by staying in this area for a week, listening to the residents, and by sharing the emotions, I think we were able to understand what was needed in this community. And because we understood, we were able to see the neighborhood from a fresher and new perspective. And in order to make all of this sustainable, I think we need to absolutely listen to the people and the communities living there.
Second question to all of you. If I could make you mayor of Seoul with a magic wand, what's the one thing you would change to give citizens more voice in the design of new buildings? So if you had the power and I've magically made you mayor of Seoul, what would you change?
Yeah. May I Korean? Yeah, sure.
That is such a difficult question, and so I think that it's kind of related to the first question that you asked, and since you said it's a magic wand, I dare you to not be too afraid or scared. As an artist doing this Uljiro project, one thing that I felt was that you go to that metal shop street and people are afraid to go there. They think that the craftsmen working there are rough and tough. But no, if you work with them, you know that they're not scary people. You can have an open mind, and you can really find it interesting to communicate with the craftsmen in that metal shop alleyway, and you gain. I think if I had that magic, I think if you could just get rid of that fear, be more relaxed, and be part of that community.
We haven't heard from you yet. You're mayor of Seoul next week for a week. What will you change?
I think for me, probably having small spaces that are accessible to people in their own neighborhoods, where they know they can go and freely speak about what they aspire, what they see as issues, because they are the ones who live it on a daily basis. So perhaps small community centers more present in neighborhoods, or something that is movable. For example, something that can go around door to door, or set up small events in neighborhoods that people can come and say, okay, maybe we want a park here, or at least have knowledge of, okay, our neighborhood has X budget, and that budget we want to use it like this, because that's how we feel we want to prioritize the growth of our own neighborhood. I think that could be very useful. Decentralizing the scale at which we can work.
Fantastic. Hey, thank you. We could talk for a long time. I'm not going to. My last word that I wanted to say was there's lots of people in the audience who've been involved in these projects, and I wanted to say thank you to you as well for everybody who's taken part. So let's end with a big round of applause both for you and for our wonderful creators. Thank you.
정말
Yes, that was such an interesting session. By being decentralized and industrialized, architecture, we think, needs to be focused on those who are rich, the users, but the stakeholders are so diverse. And we have to realize that it's not a personal property or a personal asset, but that it's a public good. We tend to forget that. I would like to thank the different communities of Seoul for their creative projects. I'd like to thank all the presenters once again. Let's give them a big hand to all of our presenters. We are starting to wind down the day. We have a dancing performance and closing remaining on our program, but we would like to take a short break before the dancing performance. We'll take a 20-minute, am I right? 20-minute break. Don't go home because we have the highlight of the day, which is the dance performance. You can't miss it. And I'll see you back in 20 minutes.
Now, did you all enjoy your break? Now, without further ado, let's continue on with a very special performance. It's called Dancing Facade. Now, Dancing Facade is a fusion performance featuring Collective A, and it's led by artistic director Cha Jin-yeop and Set. So let's now all enjoy this performance. Please refrain from either leaving or leaving this hall. So without further ado, let us invite the performance onto the stage. Please.
안녕하세요, 여러분. 저는 현대무용가 차진엽입니다. Hello, everyone. My name is 진엽 차. I'm a choreographer and dancer. 저는 몸이 주변 환경과 어떻게 상호작용하는지 이 몸 안팎의 현상에 대해서 탐구하고 있습니다. I explore how the body interacts with space and how movement can change the way we perceive the world. 저는 오늘 저와 함께 이 작업을 함께 만든 건축가, 시각예술가, 그리고 음악가, 그리고 무용수들과 우리만의 방식으로 이 인명과의 관계를 실험해 보려고 합니다. Today, with my team, an architect, visual artist, and musicians, dancers, I want to experiment with how we can relate to the facade in our own way. 유탈 댄싱 파사드는 서울의 인면을 놀이의 재료로 삼아서 연주하고 춤추고 비틀면서 도시의 표면을 새롭게 감각하는 관점을 제안하는 퍼포먼스입니다. 유탈 댄싱 파사드 is a performance that takes the facade of Seoul as material for play, to be performed, danced with, and twisted. Awakening the city's skin as a living site of perception and offering a new way of seeing. 건물을 단지 고정된 배경으로만 본다면 도시는 침묵할 것입니다. 우리가 감각을 열 때 도시는 더 이상 배경이 아니라 우리와 함께 살아 움직이는 무대가 될 수 있다고 저는 생각합니다. If we see it only as background, the city falls silent. But when we open our senses, the city is no longer just background. It becomes a stage, alive with us. 이 건물의 표면은 진동하고 또 흔들리며 이미 춤추고 있을지도 모릅니다. 그래서 지금 우리는 이 가능성을 발견해 보려고 합니다. Words can resonate, skins can tremble, and buildings are already dancing. So now, we want to step into that possibility. 동양회화에는 기운생동이라는 말이 있습니다. 겉모습보다 그 안의 흐름과 살아있는 기운을 본다는 뜻이죠. In East Asian painting, there is a phrase, 기운생동. It means seeing not just the outer form, but the living spirit that breathes within. 방금 여러분들이 느낀 이런 진동, 에너지, 이런 파장, 이 공간에 어떤 것도 결코 멈춰 있지 않다는 걸 보여줍니다. What you felt just now, vibrations, energy, waves, remind us that nothing in this space is ever truly still. 나아가 우리는 건물의 인면을 하나의 살아있는 몸으로 바라보려고 합니다. We want to see this facade as if it were a living body. 흔들리고, swaying, 진동하고, vibrating. 흐르고, flowing. 만지고, 터칭, 두드리고, 태핑, 흐르고, flowing, 비틀고 twisting and rise and fall. 이제 우리는 우리의 몸으로 새로운 건축을 지어보려 합니다. 움직임으로 이루어진 건축. Now with our bodies, we will build a new kind of architecture. An architecture of movement.
Wow, that was such a beautiful performance. And I think it really goes to show the power of K culture. Our general director from UK, I think he had a great chance to enjoy this dance performance by Korean dance company. So, thank you very much to everyone in this room. And let's give each other a big round of applause for all of us who had meaningfully filled this two-day forum. Now we are almost at the end of the Seoul Biennale of Urbanism and Architecture Forum. We're now truly drawing to a close. Finally, we would have to invite back our General Director, Thomas Heatherwick, for his closing remarks. Please. Whilst he comes up onto the stage, this is the moment we share with you the energy and ideas that will change how cities are built worldwide. Radically more humanized. Let's invite Thomas for his final words.
So, everybody, I'm here to wrap up, and for me, I've had an amazing 2 days, and what an amazing, energizing way to finish those 2 days. And my brain is sort of full of lots of thoughts and so much provocation, so much stimulation. And the heart of it was to have such an amazing mix of people talking ultimately about emotion and how buildings as a contributory factor to public life make us feel. And to talk about skin, the skins of buildings, even the skins of cars, but the skins that surround us. But I think if you remember yesterday, I mentioned my father's observation on conferences. And for those of you who weren't here yesterday, my father said many years ago to me, beware of conferences. Everyone likes to go to a conference. They feel good about themselves. They sit there and nod, and they leave and don't do anything, and nothing changes. And companies feel good to have sent their little team, and it's good for bonding and things like that. But the question in my mind really is, who's got the guts to actually make real change happen? And so I think that many of you will have felt that there are echo chambers. It's human nature that groups get together and talk to themselves and like talking to themselves, and then they just gradually, with the best of intentions, don't realize that they might be losing a bit of touch with a bigger picture. So this Biennale and this conference has not been about making crazy-shaped buildings. That's not what we're talking about, because we're trying to talk about everyday buildings. And the questions in my mind are, can we turn what we've been discussing into policies? It's been interesting having government people here with us. Is there a way to turn what we're talking about into policies? And does somebody like Leiby have to come up with almost trick policies? What I mean by that is a way of saying, well, a proportion of what you do has to come to the edge of a building line, but not all, so that twisting people's arms, the outcome might be more fascination and more engagement? Or is that actually a way that we can say it, that we can say more confidently after an event like this, that any new development, the development team have an obligation to fascinate for the public? Can we say it and just say, right, what's your statement explaining how, in effect, justifying what do you give? How is what you do a giver? It's not saying what to do, but it's just even saying you do have some kind of obligation to fascinate in some way. Maybe I've got the wrong words, whatever is a better word. Someone from within government can help find these words. Or is it impossible to write that, to find a way to say it and not have to hide within like complex, funny planning rules? There's also a legal dimension. People who are qualified here in different professions know that many professions, to be qualified, you have a duty of care. So that's an ethical code. So as we become more aware of the impact of the built world on the planet and on public health, are we going to see a scenario where people could even be held liable if they are making things that are not good for public health and not good for planetary health? And so I think that it's important, I feel, that the challenge that we all have is in how do we grow our muscles of empathy, grow our muscles of imagining, and there are some amazingly imaginative people here, but using our imagination not just to think, what do I think is a good idea, but often I find the most imaginative people, their brilliance is their ability to imagine, not what do I think, but to imagine how someone else might think and how someone else might feel. And there are some, as we've seen, amazing ways that it's possible to speak to people and actually listen and really spend time understanding other people. But it's also possible to not talk to anybody, but still deeply empathize with how others might feel rather than just what you think. And I was very struck by the Animalia team just using a word like sacredness of public life. I believe it is sacred, particularly as it's not obligatory anymore. Now that you can stay at home, stay in bed and get a PhD, do all your shopping, watch all your entertainment, work remotely, there's something even more precious and magical about the primitiveness of seeing each other, people you disagree with, who people say horrible things to toxically online, but when you see them and we see our fellow humans' humanity, even if you disagree with them. And it was powerful to talk about, and it sounds almost too much to ask, but is it, to say, do we have a public right to beauty? I try not to use the word beauty. I kind of hide behind just talking about boringness. But the actual, maybe I'm getting braver. I'd say, do we actually, is this something that only rich people should have? But really, if we consider public life as sacred, then actually it's a right. And it sounds so, I feel awkward saying it, but that's only because of the conditioning of this time I'm in. And it was powerful to hear, surprise, surprise, we were going to hear about AI. But then we had the carpet pulled from underneath AI by Ronald by going, no, not artificial intelligence, but ancestral intelligence. And I hope you all can feel that this hasn't been a conference about going back and saying, I know what we do, let's just copy the past. This is about utterly the future, utterly using the modern materials and techniques and whatever we can, but really learning about materials and techniques from the past, because there's a lot of stuff that's pretty useful that can help us with making a more engaging, generous, maybe sacred, shared space that we can all come together around. And then Ma spoke very strongly and clearly about when he was talking about why he wanted to do architecture, and then being told straight away, architecture is not about being interesting. It's like, what the hell? It's so interesting how different mindsets and fashions for thought get stuck at different times in history. And Min-hee Kim spoke about buildings as places of healing. And I don't mean inside, but that the skin of buildings could contribute to health. And I think it was Upali who spoke about salutogenic. Now, I don't have a big vocabulary of flashy words and jargon, but I was reading about this the other day, and so I'm trying to get used to saying salutogenic because it's kind of a nice, big, juicy word. But it's interesting, the idea of design, things that you can create that actively create health rather than just being less bad. And so I'm interested for us to demand that. How does your building actively create societal health? And of course, it must also be good for the planet and in all those other ways that we're more used to talking about. And so we have 8 billion people on the planet. And it's so, and Matt spoke about this thing of othering somehow everyone else. There's me and there's the public. And this idea that we have 8 billion people, and that feels like one big lump of people. But it's when I have to always remind myself that every single person thinks they're special. Every one of those 8 billion people think, no, I'm special. And to remember when you are part of a team creating something, that there's no mass of people with one opinion. Everyone is hungry to, in a way, reinforce their particularity, their idiosyncrasy. When you hear someone talking in a cafe or bar, they're not talking about the same things they do. They tend to be talking about the weird thing someone said, the particular thing that happened to them, the things that reinforce their sense of their particularity. And then Jin Baek just sort of hit us with how Korean buildings lost their face, which was like, oh. And if you have no face, you have no expression. And that was kind of another unusual way to think about it. And so somehow or other, we've got an interesting job ahead. And I hope that I would urge as many of you as possible to become Humanize champions or partners and get involved and really help. And you might think, well, why? Because we've done so much agreeing with each other. But it's really important to state, it's a little bit like a flat earth, the flat earth believers. It's quite surprising how saying that buildings affect our brains and how the outsides of buildings are creates stress and affect our feelings. Lots of people, funnily enough, mainly only in the industry, disagree. They're not sure. They're like, well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they do. And it's like, really? You really don't believe that when buildings are monotonous and monotonous and plain and flat and repetitive and serious, you really don't think that when that is scaled up, that has an impact on your brain? It really feels like there's people who still believe the earth is flat. And with the researchers and scientists are already proving this. And words are starting to, the language is starting to come through, and it feels like we're beginning, but we're not there yet at all. We need to find a way to show definitively that boring buildings are bad for us, that the science, that it's try to make it inarguable. Instead of a smaller number of studies, we need to back Rebecca and Cleo and Upali and the teams to really show from every angle that it's like an obvious thing. I remember a few weeks ago in the newspaper, there was an article that said, proof that street trees are good for us. And you just think, what? Are we still needing evidence that trees in streets are good for us? Something we all know, it's obvious. So it's amazing how this proof is so important. And we have an industry, when it comes to the design side, that is arguing in a very, I've forgotten what the word, it's a hypocritical way. We have an industry that says we are rational, design follows logic and rationality, but then when you say, why don't you measure, and why don't we do some measuring, that gets pissed off, and then says, no, we're an art. How dare you measure? So it's astonishing that this industry that's been going for so long and has such an enormous financial global impact, the resistance to actually the science that could actually supercharge the art. That's what's so funny, is that this is going to liberate so many frustrated creative people, whether that's developments, city planning, architectural design, and give joy to millions and millions of people. So the second part, after definitively proving, is we need to just sensitize the millions of people worldwide, just to sensitize this, to look, to feel, to trust what you feel, to talk, to make it ordinary, to think that the public world we share must be more generous to all of us, and not just the lovely stories of how gorgeous our building is inside, and how gorgeous their office is inside, and what a lovely roof garden they've got on top that 90% of people will never go to, never see, and isn't a wall of their life. And we need to prove that it's affordable. So we need to prove that you can affordably, maybe 2% more, 3% more, 1%. Property developers are practical people. If that's what it takes, and that's what society says, come on, it matters, they'll make the equations work. And from a city planning point of view, if it really makes a better city, let them go another floor higher to make a bit more money, to pay for it to be humanized for all of us at the street. We managed to do it 150 years ago, 200 years ago, 1,000 years ago. There's no reason now we can't do it. There's just no excuse. We also need to prove, as I think that Midori and Richard were speaking of, is that you can make more money, that it makes financial sense. And thank you, Richard, for making out you're a money-grabbing, just capitalist, which he isn't, by the way, but it was really important to show that this is logical from a business point of view, particularly if you take into account the cost of demolishing and rebuilding in residential sense only 28 years later. It's just a weird false economics. And then finally, Nilesh said something that I just thought was beautiful and just grabbed in my head, is that basically everything any of us does do in the world of constructing, actually everything we do is a community center. We need the mindset, whatever you are doing, whatever you're building, it's a community center. Not necessarily about what's inside, but try and be a community center for everyone around. So it remains for me now to just say thank you so much to all the amazing speakers who gave their time, who came here from so far away, many of them, to come and share their wisdom and the preparation they did and inspiration they've given us. And we couldn't have done this without the sponsors. We've had amazing sponsorship, who really backed a different kind of conversation, a different kind of architecture biennale, and something that was really public-focused rather than echo chamber-focused. And I can't thank enough the Seoul Metropolitan Government team. The team have worked tirelessly. You've probably all been to a conference or two before, but you can see the passion that was put into this, the amount of ideas that have been put in to what you are seeing, and the extra effort, the extra mile, and the Biennale itself, when you go inside the Urbanism Hall and see the care and love and enthusiasm and engagement with the idea of skin, which isn't a normal thing that architecture biennales deal with. That's treated normally as a kind of cosmetic, shallow thing to talk about. But it's deep, as I think we've all discovered. And then the main park. To manage to build all of that was an unbelievably huge achievement. So I hope you will also, with me, thank the Seoul Metropolitan Government team. I also can't go forward without thanking my own team. I've been so amazingly supported. We aren't campaigners. In the world of architecture, you just design. You just do your design work. And in a way, we started talking in our studio, we started researching in our studio, and then couldn't unthink that if we really wanted to be effective, if we actually really cared about changing the world around us, sure, we might build 100, 120 projects if we're really lucky and don't get run over by our own bus in the next 20, 30 years. But actually, that's nothing. You stand on the roof of this building, you can see a lot more than 120 buildings. That doesn't change things. It's actually the conversation that changes things. And that's why my partners all agreed to put a substantial amount of funding to support trying to begin conversations like this and trying to make them really start to happen. And a lovely moment for me was a kind of conversation. We wrote the book called Humanize, and a lovely moment when, Richard, with his work as a property developer, he was saying he'd been giving out the book. I think he'd said, I've given 50, and then he said, now I've given 80 copies away. And I said to him, thank you, Richard. And he went, don't say thank you, it's nothing to do with you. And I was like, yes, it's nothing to do with me, actually. It's a shared thing from all of us. And so it remains for me to say, I think you may have all been given one of these. So the friends of the work we've been doing in Korea and of the Humanize campaign, and I just want to make sure I pronounce it right. Kwangjuyo, the amazing ceramic manufacturers, we work with them to develop a Humanize, about sensitized, a soju cup. And I know you're all alcoholics, and they're the only people who are interested. We are in City Hall, so we actually can't drink soju, which was a thing. But we wanted everybody to have a memory of this very special 2 days. And we hope that every time you keep drinking like the crazy alcoholics that everyone is, that it will remind you to talk to more people, have more conversations, keep reminding people to look. That's why the H of Humanize has the I, because it's about looking. And so this is, can I ask everyone to stand up? And will you indulge me in a humanized toast together, which is, can you all say, radically more human? Radically more human, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that was such a moving and inspiring closing remarks by our General Director, Thomas Heatherwick. So once again, warm round of applause. So we now come to the close of the second day of the forum of the 5th Seoul Biennale of Architecture and Urbanism. We talked of many things over the past 2 days, and we feel this energy, and we feel this communication and exchange of ideas. And I hope that this passion and positive energy will work towards making our cities more livable and bringing happy and joy to the lives of the citizens. I would really like to thank all of you for staying with us and being with us until the very end of today's program. My sincere gratitude to all of you, and thank you very much. I was your host for today. I was Kim Ho-min. I'm an architect. Thank you.